Green light means go. Hey there, folks. So today I'm continuing working on establishing a state that's persistent for my game server. So I started on that a bit yesterday. So up until now I've been working on a game and it does not save its state at all. It only has a configuration file and it doesn't change during the whole lifetime of the game, so we're kind of working on changing that. Because one of the first things I need to have available before I really put this live up on the cloud is to be able to reconfigure the game server cluster without taking it down and changing it and putting it back up. I kind of want it to be all automated. So the game isn't playable yet, but it's going to be based off of, or not based off, inspired by the Ultima series, which was a series of games that I really enjoyed playing when I was a kid. So it's going to be retro 2D, but multiplayer. I want to put a lot of different things into the game. And at any point, if you want to know more, my notebook that you're looking at here is public and readable. I have several different commands that will link to it. So yeah, it does not playable yet, but we're trying to get it to that point where it's playable. And the overall architecture looks like this. So your client will be in the browser, so you'll be able to just browse to where the game is. The game will run using React in your browser. It'll connect to the game cluster. So the cluster consists of multiple copies of the server. They each have the same state. The reason why we have copies is to make it fault tolerant. So if any one server goes down, the other servers can take over. So the servers talk to clients and talk to each other through web sockets. There's also a smaller server way in the back called the orchestrator that starts up and shuts down Realm servers as configurations change, and if a server crashes, it'll start it back up, that kind of thing. So inside of each Realm server, we have the web interface, which I wrote mostly on stream from, I don't know, June to September. And we aggregate 3 copies of that. And the coordinator uses that to talk to other servers. Its job, and I should zoom this out a tiny bit. Its job is to communicate with the orchestrator and other Realm servers and clients, so that's why I call it coordinator. In order to form the cluster, I have the coordinator use the Raft consensus algorithm, which I implemented separately. I didn't come up with that algorithm, but I'm trying to implement it. So that algorithm is used to get the servers to elect one of the number as a leader, and then the leader's job is to replicate state to all the other servers, which are followers. And it depends on the state being stored as a sequence of log or command entries, which I call the journal. And we've been working on yesterday and today on establishing that journal. There's going to be a couple other components that I'm going to add to the mix. One's Reconciler. Oh, hey there, playing with scissors. Reconciler is going to take journal entry requests from the coordinator and from the internal game logic and reconcile them, or figure out which goes which, or which goes in what order, and which ones to accept and which ones to reject. The journal simply just obediently writes it to a file. The idea with the journal is that when you you're constantly incrementally saving the state of the game to persistent storage. So if your server crashes, you don't lose your all of your state. This executor is going to take those journal entries and apply them to a static snapshot image of all the game states. So the more traditional state, where you've broken up the game into various components in a hierarchy. You have the whole world, zones within the world, places in each zone, entities in every place, and then attached to other things. So all of that will be reconstructed by the executor using the journal. So the journal will say how to build the world. The executor will build it from the journal. So I'm going to try to get the journal, at least the naive implementation of it, up today, and then establish baselines for the reconciler and executor. So I say naive implementation of journal. Right now it's not optimal, and it's probably not feature complete, but it will have the features I need to continue work on the coordinator. So a couple things we don't have yet in the coordinator, where we don't fully support reconfiguration live, and we don't. Yeah, well, that's the main thing. We don't support reconfiguration. We support reconfiguration, then the rest of the journal features will be revolving around the actual game. So, the today command, you can type at any time to get a link to this page. It's just the plan for the today, which I just talked about. So, we're going to finish chunk finalization. So, I had the idea that the journal will be broken up into chunks. And the last chunk will just be a sequence of JSON strings. But the previous chunks up to the last will be kind of like finalized, or they'll have a table of contents attached. And the idea for that is if you want to quickly count the number of entries, figure out where an entry is in the journal, you would just browse through tables of contents and not have to parse every single byte of the journal file. So right now we don't have any kind of table of contents. We don't have any kind of detection that we're getting near the end of a chunk. We just have a constant chunk size, and right now if our journal gets to that chunk size, it's going to crash the way our journal is written. It's written to read each chunk one at a time and parse entries out of it. So if we were to continue writing to the journal now, inevitably a journal entry will span 2 chunks, which would break this parser. So that's probably what I want to do next. Before we introduce the table of contents, we'll just add a test to that'll check spanning the chunk size. So without further ado, let's get started. I like to use test-driven development. Actually, I should probably just link to gtest, because that links to test-driven development. I use a Google test framework, which supports test-driven development. The idea is that you write unit tests, or test cases. They look like this, where you set up some things, then you do one action that is the subject of the test, and then you check side effects, if there are any, and you use assertions or expectations, which are like softer assertions. And if any of these are like checks, if they fail, the test is marked as a failure. And you try to do a small scope thing so each test can optimally fits in one screen and is readable and represents one specific, narrowly focused use case. And then you build up a suite of them. So right now for the journal, we have 17 of them. Those are the ones we did yesterday. And the Google test framework gives you the definitions of these macros, like what is a test, what is an expectation, and in this case, it's test_f because I use a fixture, and a fixture is just a common class or structure that all the tests inherit from, and it gives you the opportunity to store common variables, to have common setup and teardown for each test, and it's kind of nifty. So you just need to get it from GitHub and include it in your project gtest.h, and you're set, and you're happy. At least I'm happy. So the next test I want to write is to span 2 journal chunks. So we're just going to write a whole bunch of entries until we know we've spanned 2 chunks, and then we'll verify that we can actually read them all back. So I think I'm just going to have a test entry and just repeatedly write it to the journal. So to set up, we just construct our test entries, start the journal, and now the act will be to basically write it until we span two chunks. So to know that we've spanned it or not, I'll introduce sort of a backdoor method to the journal. It'll be a method that the test framework can get to, but not the rest of the system. And the way we're going to do that is the journal class, which looks like this, is actually divided into 2 classes. There's journal and there's iJournal. So iJournal is the interface, the public interface. So it's just the methods that other components in the system can call. Actually, I think we should move out of here. Anyway, the journal class itself inherits from that, so it's a subclass, and it can add more methods. And it's not accessible throughout the rest of the system. It's only accessible at the integration layer, the main program, and which uses dependency injection to give the journal out to the rest of the system. And it'll do so by handing out the iJournal, not the journal pointer. So that gives us a convenient place for both the integration layer or the main program or the test framework to have additional methods it can call. So for example, I might want to move start to this what I call a concrete interface, because it's the concrete class, because the only thing that should be calling start is the main program. After the journal is started, then it really should continue the whole duration of the server's lifetime. But for now, actually, I think I'll just leave it, and we'll add the method that I want here. So it will be while journal get num chunks is less than 2. So we'll keep writing entries, and this get num chunks is now the method I need to add to the concrete layer. And actually, I should hold on. I should put in the side effects here. So what do we expect? Let's count entries, and then I can verify the count still matches. Num entries written. We'll just count them as we write them. And then we'll verify that that's the number that's still in there. And then we'll go through and read all of them, make sure they all match the test entry. So for size ti 0, we'll say expect equal, the expected is just the test entry, and the actual is if we read that journal entry. And I kind of want to do this 2 times. I want to do it right after we've written the journal, and also I want to do it again after we restart the journal. To restart the journal, we create a new journal, and we just tell it to start with the same file. So like that. Okay, so the test is done. We kind of write the code backwards. The test goes first. It can't compile because it's requiring new functionality. So we got to add the new functionality. I want to make that part of the concrete interface here. Hold on a second. Yeah, someone didn't close the front door right. I got to go close it. I'll be right back. I am sorry about that, guys. Let me turn my camera back on. Someone left the front door open and the cat got out. He is a crafty SOB. Had to go chase the cat back inside. Okay, new function. This really is const, so I'll declare it so. I like to document each function as I write them. Readjust microphone. Return the number of chunks in the journal. Number of chunks in the journal is returned. So, since I do this often, I don't really explain why. I'll give you a little explanation. So the whole purpose of this comment really is for automation of generating the help or reference guide for this library. I don't really expect a human to read this in the original source. I actually try to write my code so that it's understandable just by reading the code, not the comments. So this is meant for tools, and specifically I might use a tool called Doxygen, which will generate documentation in HTML or PDF. And the way it works is it will pull apart different parts of the comment and put them potentially in different areas of the HTML or PDF, right? So this string will go into describing this method. You might not see this in like a table of contents. You'd only see this part. So I kind of want it to mention what it returns, because that's the whole point of this function. This part you'd see if you looked at more details for the method, and it might appear sort of in a special section called, you know, what do these functions return? So I kind of repeat, even though it's the same information in both places, I kind of repeat it because the information goes in potentially 2 different parts of the documentation. So they look redundant here because they're together, but in the PDF they might be pulled apart to separate areas. So that's why we're a bit repetitive. I think it's okay as long as it's just a single method. I'm gonna turn off my get lens because it kind of gets in the way. So we're gonna put this near where the constructor is because that's where it's sort of the order in which they are placed. Same order here. Yeah, and it's always a good thing to include standard def.h if you use size t because that's where that type is type def. Well, eventually through in here it's vc runtime.h, but I'm pretty sure that's because it's included by standard def. Okay. All right, so we need to keep oh, actually we already have the number of chunks, right? The number of the last chunk, so it'll be that plus 1, right? Plus 1. So that means we'll always have at least one chunk, and the last chunk will be empty at first, which is fine. Oh, okay. So that should let the code compile, if I did that right. It should have it. Hold on, I think that might be a stale. Yeah, sometimes IntelliSense takes a while to catch up. I wonder why it's taking so long to build. Why did it take 10 seconds? Let me restart Visual Studio Code. I kind of depend on IntelliSense these days, so I want it to be able to see when the method exists and when it doesn't. It's slow today. I wonder why. Is it because it's Friday? Do computers have bad days? Friday is a bad day for computers? Yeah, see this get lens thing. I like it sometimes, but a lot of times I just want it to be off. I guess defaults to be on. Cool. Okay, so now I can run the test, and I expect the test to fail because we didn't break up. Oh, right. It's infinite looping because I think we never detect when we get to the end of a chunk at all. So that's sort of a failure. You have nothing left to do at work, so you're taking a crack at improving your unit test performance. Awesome. My unit tests are pretty performant now, but as I get more and more tests, I might run into that same problem where the tests just take way too long. You kind of want the tests to run fast enough that you can run them quickly, like within I think the general rule is like within 5 seconds. 7.7 3/4 minutes, that's way too long for a unit test. You don't want it to take that long. At least for test-driven development, you want it to be fast enough that you can run it every time you make a change and you're not waiting and losing time waiting for tests. 80K slok. So what's mine at? I think we said the other day it was going to be 100K when we're done, right? But I'm probably at only 10K right now. Actually, that's an interesting metric. I should think about measuring that. So this number of chunks is never in getting to 2 because we actually never increment last chunk number. So we need to do that. Let's just do a naive implementation here. We increment the number of bytes and we'll just say if impl last chunk bytes is greater than or equal to the chunk size. Or really an even more naive thing, because we might allow messages to span more than one chunk, or 2 or more chunks even, is we'll just loop it. Extremely naive. So it would be that we increment the last chunk number and then we take off chunk bytes from the total count. Hey there, Buff Seagull. Slot count. There was a tool that we used at my last job that I might look into again. This, by the way, this metric slock was heavily abused at my last company. They knew that the customers were heavily tracking that count, and so they were obsessed with keeping the slock change, they called it. Sometimes they would call it source lines of change, or source lines changed, or just slock changed. They were obsessed with keeping that number very low, to the point where they wouldn't allow people to refactor, because refactoring is going to cause changes to the source lines of code, and it was sort of toxic. I don't think I used slock count. I think, I'm trying to remember what we used before. I'd have to ask the guy I worked with. Slock count tool. That has the risk of getting me back to that. There's got to be other tools out there. It was a different one we used. It wasn't slock count. How about source lines? If I see the name, I'll remember it. It wasn't in VS Build. It was a separate, like, it was a GNU tool, I think. I was hoping they'd have, like, a list of tools that measured them. Maybe it's here. Oh, I need that tools. Source lines tool. Counter? I'll have to ask the guy. I'll have to send him an email and ask him what did we use. But what we used was pretty cool. I haven't tried this slock count. I'm just not seeing it. It was cool, but apparently it's not popular enough to make it on the Google search. Find it later. Pretty sure it wasn't this tool, though. Let's see, ask old coworker. I won't dox him. Ask him what tool we use to measure slock. Howdy, Ramy. How's it going today? Dash to game link, yes. Okay, so this builds now, right? But it at least won't infinite loop, but it'll crash, right? Yeah, see. And it takes a little bit too long. It took a second to run. I can mitigate that by making the test entry longer, I think. So yeah, the problem is it doesn't read back. And we can, if we print it out, here's another nifty thing about gtest. If you wanted to know what the value of I was there in the read, you can shift it out to the expectation. Now when we run it, it'll say what count it got to. So it got to 3,449 entries, and if we wanted to, we could even print it like out of, and then print the number of entries written, right? We can do that. So it works like the stream API in C++. So yeah, it's basically because we stop when we hit that chunk boundary, so it's that, should probably add one, right? It's the last message. I'm doing okay. I still have that little bit of cold, so I might have to mute the mic occasionally to cough, but I think it's going away. I'm sleeping a lot better. I have my own sleep problems. It's if I don't go to sleep at the right time or I have a cold or something, I have trouble sleeping. Okay, so now we've established the test exposes the problem with the journal. Actually, make it take less time. I'll take a more complicated one. How about this? This one's a nice, I like to have a nice example just to remind people that they should call their moms more often. How sneaky I am. Reminder, media emergency. What? Call. Who? Mom. When? More often. I just want the test to run quicker. So now it's down to, it was 1.1 seconds. Oh, it didn't really increase it. Interesting. The number of entries is cut down to 1/5, but it's still taking a second to run. But we'll put in extra gobbledygook. There we go. I just want to cut the size of the entry down so the number of loops is lower. More junk. Let's double or quadruple the junk in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Huh. Wonder why that made it take 5 seconds longer to compile. Okay, now the test, it's 500 milliseconds. I guess it's okay. We're gonna get this extra junk, but I won't care too much. Huh. Yeah, my system's acting weird. It took 5 seconds to compile it last time. Now it only took 1 second. It's going to add a half-second hit to every time we run the unit tests. I'm wondering why it takes so long. It's only 30. Let me see which one of these is taking longer. I will cut out this part. See how fast it runs. Okay. It's not that part. Is it this part? Actually, it's probably the start, right? Where it has to reparse it. If I knock out both of those sections, yeah, now it's down to 100 milliseconds. So it's the parsing of the, which is why I wanted to have the table of contents thing in the first place. It's the parsing of the chunk takes a significant amount of time. So that's the whole idea of having these chunks, is that once we get to a chunk boundary, we form a table of contents so the next time we have to read it, we don't have to read every single byte. We can just look at the table of contents and improve the speed. And you know what that means? I don't need this extra thing. I kind of want the test to take a long time. I'll know if I did the right design if the time it takes to run this test drops down from a second down to 1/10 of a second. Client side is going to be JS. Is it going to be browser based? Yes, indeed. So the plan is to, okay, this doesn't show it. I need to make a nicer diagram that shows the client side. But it'll be a React app and it'll use a WebSocket. Actually, I can just show the admin console I have so far. So it's going to connect to the game through a WebSocket. Like this. And it sends messages to the server like this. Right now it's JSON messages. And the backend has a C++ implementation of JSON and WebSocket to match this. So the messages it receives back look like this. And these are admin messages, so diagnostics, cluster state, and all that stuff. So you can imagine the real game client will have a lot more different kinds of messages, and there'll be everything we need for the game, like any kind of state change that's visible to the client, and feedback, and then the client will have messages to the server which reflect the requests the player makes, like when to move, when to use an item, etc., etc. I missed what playing with scissors was reacting to. Oh, is it because was it Toke? Is that how you say it? Written in Rust? I don't know much about Rust, so I can't comment or what face or not. Okay, so to fix this test, we have to at least make a naive attempt to divide the chunks up. So I think for now what we'll do is if we see that a message spans a chunk, we'll put in a special marker and pad to the end of the chunk. So let's do that in the right. Actually, it has to match, the right has to match the read. So right. We have the encoded entry. We'll do a check. If the encoded entry size plus the first byte jumps past a chunk, we'll have to first pad the chunk. So if impl last chunk bytes plus encoded entry size is greater than the chunk size, that means we have to pad, right? So let's do this and let's proactively make this a function so I don't have to refactor this later. It will be impl finalized chunk. Okay. And then we'll make that a method of the implementation. So we don't have methods in the implementation yet. Let's add some. Properties, methods. So finish writing the current journal chunk and begin a new chunk. Begin a new one. All right, so the naive implementation will be, we will print a marker. So right, the way I've been doing it is with this chunk thing, right? So make a file buffer whose size is that minus, I do it in one line. That minus the last chunk bytes. So that's the number of bytes we need. And why don't we just pad with the same marker? So it would be, it's vector, it's, I always get it wrong. It's the size and the value. So what's the right order of the arguments? I need to look up in the manual. Manual to the rescue. Vector constructor. Count, I think, is first. Yeah, count and then value. All right, count and then value. So count and then value. I'm going to use star. That'll be our special padding marker. And let's see. To make it like nice, well, do I care that we can print out the journal nicely? I'll do some minimal effort to make it look nice. So that means I want to kind of end the padding with the character turn line feed, which means we want the padding to be at least 2 bytes, which means I kind of want to end it a little early. So no, don't go up to the chunk size, but go up to 2 minus the chunk size, right? Yeah, so that minimally that we'll have just an extra empty line. Oh, no, I want a marker as well, so 3, right? So each padding at the end of the journal will be at least 3 characters long, like a single marker character and then a character turn line feed. So I'll say chunk chunk.size minus 2 equals character turn, and then line feed. So and then we'll just write it to the file. Is it file? File dot why does it think that it is a pointer? Oh, because it is a pointer. Yeah, I made it a unique pointer because when we do start, we need to reset. And my file class doesn't allow reset by itself, so I'm using a unique pointer for it. Okay, so file write chunk. I'm not handling write errors yet. That's one thing. So when we do that, we will increment the last chunk number and reset the last chunk bytes to 0. Which means when we do this write, we don't want to do this thing anymore. Because finalize chunk does that for us. Okay, that's the write side. Now the read side. Right now we're reading from the cache, so the real reading is happening. Oh, what happened here? Oh, I don't need the impl. This is inside the impl already. Okay. The actual journal file reading is done in start, right? So I think what we'll do is if it's the first byte, we'll say if I equals 0, it's a special case, and chunk I equals the marker, then we know that we can skip to the end of the chunk. So basically break. Right? Advance to the next chunk number and then read the next chunk. Hopefully that fixes it. So now we will pad to the end of the chunk and start a new chunk. Still have a problem with the last chunk. We're getting an extra entry. So let me see what it actually looks like. I'll go to the test and I'll go right to here. I'll tell it to run. And I'd probably need to adjust the filter. Yeah. So the filter is this one. Okay, now I can kind of peek at that file. So realm server test, right? Journal. 65635. Let's type it out. Well, actually I can just open it in VS Code, right? Build realm server test journal. There we go. Here's the journal. And at the end, there's that should have padded it to 65535, right? I mean, it looks okay. So where is it failing? On line 516? Okay, so it's, yeah, when it's reading it back. So let's step through that. Continue. Step in. Let's go until we see the marker. Huh. Taking a while for the debugger to run. Still running. Let me hit, well, if I put one here, where? Here? What is I? Okay, so it's what, halfway through? It takes it a while because it's running in the debugger, I guess. What's I now? 4500, okay. Right, because it's doing this for every byte. Oh, I can see the problem. This shouldn't be the case, right? It should be if I equals start. Okay, yeah, I don't think I need to debug anymore. In fact, I think I just accidentally stopped the debugger without thinking about it. So, I think this is I equals start. There we go. So yeah, the writing we saw was good, and now the reading back is good. So we have now just, instead of a table of contents, we just naively padded to the end of the chunk. So let me check that in. Incremental work, right? Right. Fix chunk boundary issues. Do not allow a journal entry to span a chunk boundary. For now, add to the end of the chunk before writing an entry that would have otherwise spanned the chunk boundary. When reading chunks, skip the rest of the chunk when the special padding character is encountered. I picked star because star is not a valid character for the first character of a JSON string, so they're all going to start with open brace right now because they're all objects. Okay, so the next question is, what happens when we try to write a journal entry that's itself more than the chunk size that we allow? Actually, let me formalize that variable that I use, this 3 here. So that'll be how much we reserve for the table of contents. Journal TOC size. Let's just formalize that. Right now our table of contents is 3 characters long. Each journal chunk has a section at the end reserved for a table of contents used for quick random access to the file. This is the size of that table in bytes. Right, okay, cool. Make sure I didn't break anything. And then I think I'm gonna need to use it from a test, so let me pull it out of here and make it a constant in the class. Public properties. I don't usually do public properties. In this case it is one, but because it's a constant. So when I do that, can I do a const expr there? Not valid here? What? Hi there, Raleigh Monkey. It's going okay. I got a little tingling in my shoulder blade though. I think my posture might be bad. I thought you could do a const expr in a class. Oh, is it because it's not a const? I really can't do them both. Is that the problem? I'm gonna guess that's the reason why. So, to use it properly... Oh, no, that's right. It's in the scope of the class so we can use it, right? No? Oh, is it because it needs to be... Oh, okay. Static? Right, you can be no, not right. It doesn't want to use... Oh no, it's okay with that? Right, if it's static, it can be a constant expression. Yeah, got it. Okay. Took me a bit to figure that out. Alright. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. How's it going? I'm kind of finishing up my journal class today, and then moving on to two other... At least laying the foundation for two other components in the server. Just chilling, okay. I gotcha. So, right now, finalized chunk is just very silly. It's just padding with stars. We'll eventually actually write a table of contents there, but first I wanted to make sure that we don't allow an entry that spans... that's too big to fit into a chunk. Let's put that in here. Disallow journal entries beyond maximum size. So here I think I might want the right to actually return something. Okay, so let's make the test entry, and it'll be type Atom Nuke and payload, and the payload will be... Let's carefully craft this. No, let's not. Let's not carefully craft it. Let's just make it friggin' huge. So, payload. Let's say const string payload, and I gotta consult the Book of Armaments. That's from Monty Python and the Holy Grail, by the way. Consulting the Book of Armaments, chapter 2, verses 9 to 21. Okay, it's count and then character. So let's put something really huge in here, and I'll use the journal. Well, thanks for the follow, Tiny Nigel. Journal table of contents. Oh, wait, hold on. Why did I put it there? Actually, I want both those constants in there, don't I? Or do I? I'll put them both in there. I don't know if I'll need them both in there. I'm putting them here so they're accessible to the test. They're still not accessible outside the concrete class, so anyone who has our interface doesn't see these. I want to use that one, really. I want to make the payload as big as the whole chunk. And we'll put in X's, because why not? So that we're atom nuking the journal with that, and we should when we try to write it, we should expect a failure, which means I actually have to have a return value for this thing. Expect false. I should probably go back and add some expectations here. Expect true. So we're changing an API. That's what I'm doing. Atom nuke. Oh, what's that emote? Is that a Mr. Muffles emote? Cool. Read back one entry. Okay, that's part of the arrange. I don't care. I don't do checking of effects and side effects in arrange, but I will kind of say that I do that when I'm explicitly saying I don't care what the return value is. Same thing here, right? On all these arranges where we're writing, we're gonna say we don't care. This one though, we do care. Don't care in the no, don't care about rights in the arrange. The idea is that this test builds off of other tests which I've already tested the right function, so we don't need to keep retesting the same thing. Expect true. We can write after a rollback. Expect that we can span two journal chunks, yes? And okay, now, why didn't it like that? Oh, because we need to put this in the right namespace. Because the test isn't in the realm server's namespace. Namespace class constant. Okay. So write doesn't return anything, so we need to change that. Bool. I'll just keep it simple for now. An indication of whether or not the journal entry was successfully written is returned. Let's also say if the entry wasn't written, the journal is kept unmodified. All right, so there's that guarantee that it doesn't corrupt anything. Okay, so write overload returns a bool now, and then the implementation of write, where we're going to do all the fun stuff. So right now we'll just cheat and say return true, and we'll see that our test probably is going to blow up. See what it does. Yeah, so it actually didn't blow up. It just says, sure, I'll take that journal entry, and it shouldn't have. So the check will be, I think up here, we'll say if encoded entry.size is greater than the greater than these. If together they're greater than that, it's impossible to store the journal entry, right? Okay, that does put a cap on how big a journal entry is, so I need to be aware of that. I might even need to make this configurable. Right now it's a constant. Might want to make it configurable. I think I'll wait until I do need to make it configurable. For now, I'll keep it as a constant. Let me check this in. Okay, I already had that ready to go. There's two things we did here, right? So, realm server, surfer, not surfing the realm, we're serving it. Okay. Write can fail now. Or fail. Write if journal entry too large. I'm not going to push all that stuff right now. Okay. So, what's next? Maybe that's it for the journal for now. Well, we can handle the table of contents later, because the filling in a real table of contents is really making it fast, right? And what do we say, Mr. Muvels? Make it work, make it right, and then make it fast. So I think I've made it work. It's sort of right, but slow. And I can come to that back to that later when we need to do step 3, making it fast. So I'll move on for now. The plan says next is to establish the reconciler. So the reconciler is going to fit in here, between the coordinator and the journal. And for now, it'll just be a pass-through. But later, when we add game logic, it's going to be a little bit more involved because, for example, an enemy in the game might decide to swing his sword at you. In the meanwhile, the coordinator is receiving a message saying from the player, I want to teleport away. The reconciler will have to figure out which comes first. Because if you're teleporting away first, then the reconciler could conclude that swinging the sword doesn't make sense. Well, it could be either that doesn't make sense, and so it goes back and tells the game object, you can't swing your sword now because he's not there. Or it might say, go back and say, well, you swung your sword and you missed, and so the reconciler will figure out based on the order of how things arrive, what happens to the actual game, and then when it gets a decision, kind of like a judge, it then gives its verdict to the journal. When do you go back and make it right, when the new system has been added? I would say I try to do steps 1 and 2 at the same time if I can, but if it's a complicated thing, I'll break them up into 2. The journal so far is pretty simple, so I try to do the first 2 steps together. The third step, I think you come back and you do when you need to, when the game is too slow. So I'll probably keep the journal as it is until it really annoys me about how long it takes to load the journal. Then I'll be like, okay, I need to make it fast. I'll go then. I've already done it right by reserving in the code this concept of table of contents. that I've broken the journal up into chunks and I have a table of contents. So I already have sort of this mechanism in place. I can reserve bytes for a table of contents. Then to make it fast, I would actually use the table of contents to improve the speed of the initial loading of the journal. Right now it's parsing it every byte, but I can make it so that it just jumps forward just looking at the table of contents section only, which is should be much smaller than the chunk size. So I'll do it later when I really want the journal to be faster. The cool thing is now that I have all these tests in place, I can do that work, and these tests will ensure that I don't break the functionality. That I can still, I guess I should add in here test to seek journal entries that aren't the first one. Or do I already have that? When I collapse it, what do I have? Maybe this one. I might need to add more tests because this is just reading the first entry. It's minimal, right? I might want to have one where I write 12 entries, or I write enough entries to span 10 chunks, and then I go randomly try to read one that's in like the third chunk, right? I might want to add that. I can do that now. It's just going to be slow. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Muffles. I think we're just experts in different areas. I could never do what you do in Unity. And shout out to Mr. Muffles. He's someone I watch and kind of look up to as far as making a Unity game that actually works and looks fun to play. A couple other streamers I watch too that are like him. That I don't know anything about Unity really, and so whenever I watch your stream, I learn something new. Okay, so we're done with the journal. Let's establish. Let me make sure I didn't change anything here. I tend to like touch files when I shouldn't. My tools will tell me if there are any changes. No, just have one unpushed commit. That's what that meant. So we'll establish the reconciler, right? Reconciler. It's just going to pass through entries, and then we'll be able to hook it up with the coordinator in the main program. So I'm thinking that the reconciler should have the same iJournal interface as the journal, but also have other interfaces as well. So let's make room for it. Not there. In here, we'll make a copy of journal test and call it reconciler test. And then add it here to the list. Reconciler tests. And then need a source file for it. So in all the places, it's reconciler. Reconciler, I don't know if we'll need this stuff yet. So I'm going to remove this stuff. Can remove that. We don't know what we need yet. So just empty it out. Just reducing it to its boilerplate minimum. There we go. Boilerplate minimum. Boilerplate minimum. Reconciler. That reminds me, one of the things I'm trying to get out of streaming is I'm trying to improve the way I talk. So there are two things I don't like about my own speech when I listen back to myself. One is that I tend to speak too quickly and I slur my words. The other is that I have bad, what is it called? Is cadence the right word? Like I'll talk through a sentence and get halfway and then have a pause and then finish the sentence. And I'm trying to train my brain into having complete sentences at least framed out in my mind before I start speaking, and then try to enunciate a little bit better. And streaming helps because I'm talking constantly, and it's a challenge. It's a challenge to do that and code at the same time. But I think it's a worthwhile thing to attempt. Cadence would be the right word. Okay. I guess that would be a third thing I try to do, is improve my vocabulary at the same time. Let's say that it has both its own interface and it also decorates the journal. So decoration is a word I like to use. It means that you have an object which can be used like another object, and it either passes through the functionality or it is adding to it, which is why they use the word decorate. So we're going to decorate a journal by also doing reconciliation between different competing requests. It is hard to explain your thought process as you think. I think what I'm going to try to do is have a mental buffer and kind of have a complete thought before I try to actually speak. Which might mean that you might hear me pause a little bit here and there before I start saying something. Okay, we don't need this at all. We don't need this at all. Yeah, what am I doing? I'm just going to reduce this to its bare minimum, right? Yeah. So there's the reconciler methods, and then there's the journal methods. No reconciler methods yet. Journal has this. There we go. Work on a buffer, yep. Okay, this doesn't exist yet. Let's make that reconciler. Reconciler. Okay. Cool. This is the interface to the reconciler. Well, hold on. We can just say reconciler. The reconciler. Accepts requests to make changes to the game from different sources which may compete with each other. By the way, the attempt to make a complete sentence before speaking kind of doesn't apply while I'm verbalizing what I'm typing, because I'm doing this then at the same time. Like, I guess I could just not speak at all and just type, but that might, if people are just listening to my voice, I wonder if that would be sort of weird. I can try it and see. People can do a what face whenever I go quiet while I'm typing. Reconciler accepts requests to make changes to the game from different sources which may compete with each other. See, playing with scissors is already getting me. I don't know if he's joking or not. I'm trying to get the sentence first before I say it, but it is sort of weird. So, yeah, it determines whether or not to accept requests and puts them in the proper order before forwarding them on to the journal. Which means we'll have to be able to give it the journal, right? Did I misspell reconciler? I did. Okay, we don't have any methods yet, though. It's empty. Oh, the stream crashed at the same time I attempted to... And here I'm already failing. The stream crashed at the same moment I attempted to write a sentence before saying it. Okay, we don't need anything yet here. I just want to get it to build. And let's see. Right, we need to mention the files we added here to the build system. Oh, you were AFK for 10 minutes? So you might have missed what I said, is that I was going to try to not speak until I have a complete sentence formed in my head, and that included typing sentences, so that I would type it all out first and then say it, but typing takes longer and so I get these gaps in the speech. Yeah. Okay, so reconciler here. Instance record. Reconciler. Okay. So I'm going to build this and make sure it builds. Oh, multiply defined symbols. Probably because in reconciler tests, I just repeated everything. Yep. I didn't go and update this. Okay, so we don't know what we need other than gtest and the reconciler. And let's see. Don't think we have a file, do we? I'll probably want to mock the journal. So maybe I should get that out of the way. Set it up here. Struct mock journal. Implementing realm server. iJournal. So it needs to have a section here. Well, it's all public. What do I usually do for my mocks? Okay, I don't bother to say public. Okay, so journal. Just copy the overload section. I need to have the same methods, but I mock them here. Mocks are kind of fun because you can just pretend to do the right thing. Say, okay, sure. We wrote it. No problem. Read back. Sure. Here you go. Have a value, right? How many entries? 42. Why not? Roll back? Sure. Okay, good. And let's describe what this does. I didn't like 42. Okay, no, it was just hiccuping there. This is used by the unit tests to mock the journal component, which is required by the reconciler. All right. I don't think we need a constructor right now. Hey there, Prof Elements 1. Your name looks familiar. I think you might have been here before, but either way, welcome. So we don't have a destroy, we don't have a file. We don't have any tests yet. Let's just clear out, and here's our prototype tests. What do I want to say for reconciler? Right now, I expect it to pass through journal write. So this will change as the requirements of the reconciler change, right? Right now, the only requirement I have is that it pass through stuff. When I add the game logic later, I'll be modifying it to expect it to make judgments. So expect this to change. Right now, this reconciler is just a placeholder for what I need later to fit into my architecture. So let's just have the tests set up first with nothing in them. We'll fill them in later. So pass through journal read. And what else do we have? Pass through, okay, I can just have pass through start, write, read, entry count. And rollback. Hey there, Volatile Majesty. Welcome. Pretty sure I haven't seen your name before. That's an awesome name. I would have remembered that if I hadn't seen it before. Volatile Majesty. So I'm just setting up a new component here, and I'm arranging the test for it. I like to use Google Test, and it's an integral part of test-driven development, where I write tests first, and those tests describe the requirements, or recreate a bug, or just a use case. And at first the test will fail because there's no code to match it. So after writing the test, we go write the code to match the test and make it pass. And that's the essence of TDD, test-driven development. Google Test is a nice framework that allows me to do stuff like this, where I can set up a what's called a fixture. So it's a common set of properties and setup and teardown for every test, and then it'll give us macros like we saw back in our journal tests, which I have closed, or we can look at this one. Test with a fixture, and we have these assertions or expectations to cause our test to fail if things aren't what we expect them to be. So for a reconciler, what do I expect? For example, start. I don't think we actually need an arrange section. I have arrange act assert, the 3 A's, because I thought it was a cool idea when I read about it, that you break your tests up into what you have to do to set up the use case, and then actually do the use case, and then check side effects. That's what these sections are for. So setup I don't think is really required, is it? Well, we want all the tests to have a common setup, which is we need to have a mock journal. And we need to give, well, it's shared, right? So it needs to be a shared pointer. It's going to be shared, the journal is going to be shared in the real system between the executor and the reconciler, right? So we'll use shared pointer. Oh, M comes before R. Yeah, there we go. So it's a shared pointer. We can go ahead and make it here. Make shared mock journal. All right, and then the setup will be, we should expect, this should be lowercase, we should expect that we can call reconciler set, I don't know, setup? Or set journal? Why not? Okay, mock journal. And let's see. I don't think we need a teardown. We'll use RAII. Resource acquisition is initialization, which means that if reconciler is destroyed, it should release the journal. So the opposite of setting it should be releasing it. Or should I call it acquire? No, it doesn't matter. Words. So the act will be here. We will ask the reconciler to start. Actually, we could have an arrange. So we'll call it whatever this one was. What's the name? Path. Path equals PogChamp. Because why not, right? We're faking everything. So we will expect the path when we ask the mock. We'll just ask it but we'll have it stored. We'll just have it stored as a variable, because we can. Properties. So we'll just do this. So start, we'll just say path equals this, path equals path. Disambiguate it, right? I really don't like doing this arrow, so I can get rid of that by making this a different name. How about we'll call it start path. And then I call this start path. Let's start with that and get it to build. So it won't build yet, because why? Oh, yeah, that's wrong. That should just be a dot. That's one problem. Set journal doesn't exist. Is that the only problem? We don't have a set journal. So let's add one. I don't want other components like the coordinator or methods to be able to change the journal. I want that to be dependency injected into the component. So I'm going to put it in the concrete interface of reconciler, this class, not in either of these two interfaces. That's one reason why I have a separation between the concrete class and the interface classes, is I can put extra methods here. Set journal, and then here's where we're going to make it. We want the journal to be shared, right? But we're going to handle the journal through its public interface only. Right? Dependency injection, and the journal shouldn't be doing any concrete method calls to the journal. It should always go through the interface. That prevents us from doing stuff like calling get num chunks. There's no reason why the reconciler would need to know that. That's an internal side effect kind of thing. Provide journal access to the reconciler. This is the journal to which to write all reconciled journal entries. Again, the reconciler, what it's doing is it's making judgments about changes to the journal that might be requested from the coordinator or from other servers through the coordinator or from internal game logic. They're coming and hitting in the middle here, and the reconciler is kind of like the judge. Mr. Sir. Yes, I know what that reference means now. Okay, set journal. We need to provide an implementation of it before this to compile. Oh, thanks for the follow, Uncle Kamenaz. Kamenaz? And thanks for the follow, Yankerton. Welcome, guys. Or gals. Or robots. Or aliens. I guess folk? Welcome, folks. Expect to see me tomorrow. Does he only stream on the weekend? I think I followed him, but I haven't seen him on. Bots, that's right. I forgot bots. I did say robots. Is a bot the same as a robot? In that case, is a bot a more familiar term and robots a more formal? Okay, so this should compile now, but it should not work, right? Oh, it does not, because... Oh, I'm overloading functions and not providing actual implementation for them. Let's do that. There we go. Almost always on weekends, okay. I'm still reserving my weekends for not doing work. Even though I'm a boss now, I'm the boss. I was chatting with some friends last night about this, that since I'm both working and the boss at the same time, it's kind of weird. Like I have to set my own hours, but I have to keep myself honest. Which means I need to really make sure I don't get overworked. It's my responsibility now. Whereas before, you can kind of think if you're an employee for a bigger company, it's sort of the company's, it should be the company's job to make sure you're not overworked, right? They're supposed to provide you with holiday pay and not ask you to work on weekends. But when you become your own boss, then that's now your job. You can work as much as you want, and you have only yourself to blame if you're overworked. Okay, so minimally, I need to read something here. So I'm writing code backwards, right? So you might look at this and say, well, how come you're returning the wrong thing? Returning just an empty one? Well, thanks for the follow, Mli. But I'm doing this backwards. I'm doing a test first. So I'm only going to write code here when the test requires it. That kind of helps reinforce the concept of only write what you need. You ain't gonna need it. That's the phrase, right? Don't write code that you don't need. Get entry count must return something. Yes, it must. Return 0. Voice back yet? Almost. I always lose my voice for a while after I have a coughing fit. Advice to everyone, don't get sick. Okay, I think I'm getting better. Right, we're not forwarding the start. The first step would be to actually keep the dependency injection right here, right? All right, so we have a place for it. Let's store it. And then all we need to do here is just forward the call, right? Okay, one thing at a time. Cool. At start, the others are all going to be the same. I won't die, it's just my poor throat. I like this test entry, let's use this. Type, reminder. Urgency? Medium. Reminder, what? Call. Who? Mom. When? More often. Okay, so, start. Doesn't matter where. Wherever. Assert. I'll have a vector in the mock. Mock journal entries. I call it journal entries. Or just call it entries. So it'll be just the test entry, right? So we need that added to the mock. We'll have the mock do the right thing. Let's just pull this in right now that we have entries. Size. Read. If it's greater than the entry size, then return that. Otherwise return entries index. Right is entries. Pushback. Entries. There we go. Hey there, internal static void. Don't understand the concept of putting all the info and functionality into an implementation class that's instantiated on the heap. Hold on. Do you mean that inside my test framework here I have it on the... Well, what's on the heap here? I mean this test entry? It's just something we're using temporarily while we're running the test. So yeah, all this is just to, really the only important thing here is this line. And then sort of secondarily is the side effects. All the arrange is just setting up tools that we're going to use in the actual test. I think if that's what you were referring to, then that's all that's all that is. This is just part of a test. The real code won't have stuff on the stack that's thrown away like that. All right. Rollback. It's just resize, right? But yeah, internal static void. If I didn't get the right thing, let me know. Thanks for following Volatile Majesty and Crypto Comics. All you guys have the best names. Did I tell you I'm horrible coming up with names? Apologies about my voice. It's this cold that I'm trying to get over. Okay, pass through journal read. So let's arrange, we'll do it backwards. We'll keep our test entry and start. The act will be, actually the arrange will be, we'll put it in the mock, right? Entries pushback. Test entry, act. Const auto. Actual entry. Equals reconciler. Read 0. Assert. Expect equal. Test entry. Actual entry. Okay, pass. Should I run these before I continue? You don't like auto? I could use JSON value if you really want me to. But it's meant to be read that you skip over the auto if you're reading it. So human reading this should say, a constant named auto entry is whatever the reconciler reads from index 0. You shouldn't really care what the type is, because the type should be evident in how it's used. Right? The test entry is a JSON object. You don't have to know that the actual type is JSON value. You just you can see that it's an object here. And as long as it is matching that JSON object, we're good, right? You're gonna get me with the old PHP, aren't you? Uh-oh. We're failing some stuff. 106. Oh, right, because we're not passing this through yet. Of course it's gonna fail. So let's fix it before I move on. So reconciler needs to forward writes. Fair enough. So we'll just return write. This should just be entry, shouldn't it? I think that's a victim of the mass rename. Journal entry. That got mass renamed. So that should make it pass. And then 135. Read. Just pass through. So this might look dumb right now, but the intent is to start with the pass through, and then when the reconciler actually does need to do reconciliation, then we'll come back to this class. Right now we're just setting up a pass through. All right, continuing on. Get entry count. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna do a dumb thing here and just say mock journal entries resize 42. Act. Expect equal 42. Get entry count. All right, and then pass through rollback. Again, when I do that, and I say reconciler dot rollback to 16, expect equal 16. Right? Cool. So to make sure that they're forwarded, gotta make the test pass. This might be sort of taking it to an extreme with the test-driven development. But think of it like what a professor would do in a class, sort of an academic point of view. That a pure test-driven development would be I don't write the code until I need to make a test pass. Like that. Resident sleeper? Could be. That's okay. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. So that's it for the reconciler for now. It's just a pass-through. We're done with the reconciler. Let's check it in. It is now an official component. So realm server. Add reconciler. Just a pass-through for now. All right, next on the plan is Executor. This is not just going to be a pass-through. It's going to be interpreting. It's going to be interpreting specifically the journal. So it's going to be looking for certain journal entries to change the state. And the only state I need right now are three things. Configuration file, current term in our Raft algorithm, and then the current vote in Raft. So this is clearly, we just save it to a file. These, what do we want to do? I guess put these together in a JSON value. Put them in a file. Seems good to me. I don't want to put them in this configuration file because that will make every instance having a different, possibly a different configuration. I want it to really just be a immutable object, really. So we'll have two files. So we'll call this Raft state file. Oh, another thing to consider is if we're going to implement rollback, the executor is going to need to know about rollbacks because it needs to roll back the state. So one thing I might do, because I know Raft only allows you to roll back entries that are not committed, is we might have the executor hold on to two states of the game. The state that is committed and the state that's not yet committed, or it's provisional. I think I have that in here. Provisional journal entries. Yeah, but I used it in a different context. I think what we'll do is we'll have two states, the committed state and the uncommitted state, and then either way, it can always apply journal entries to update one of the two, but we'll need to get some kind of callback from the journal saying that the journal has been committed, and then the executor can basically drop the old state and or catch up the committed state, right? And then when we roll back, we'd basically we'll throw away the provisional state and then rebuild it from the last committed state up to the last entry that's not rolled back. So it's going to be a little bit more of a more elaborate component. We'll end up needing to make a feature change to journal. Actually, maybe we should build that in first. We're going to need a callback mechanism that executor can subscribe to know when the journal has been committed and rolled back. Also, the concept of committing the journal in the first place, right? And how do we persist what entries are committed? Is that a separate file? I think it needs to be. We'll need to have like a file that just has the last entry that's been committed. And we'll just be constantly rewriting that file, I think. Now let's establish the executor first, and then we'll update the journal to match it. Okay, so copy that. It's executor tests. Am I spelling executor? Am I spelling that right? Yeah, I think so. I don't want to get in the embarrassment of misspelling a word for like a long time and then finally figuring out that I've been misspelling it. Executor tests. All right. Again, just like we did with the reconciler, we're just we're gutting a previous test and just kind of reusing the structure. Placeholder for now, I'm just going to delete everything else. And then executor. And all that goes away. This goes away too. All of its guts goes away. All of its other methods go away. All right. All right. Okay, this class. Ooh, did I not do that right? Okay, that's wrong. I forgot to update that. Did I put it here though? Yeah, okay, I'm gonna build off of this. This is the journal component of the realm server. The same thing about the reconciler. We'll do the I have reconciler first. I mean, executor. I reconciler had the same problem, right? Reconciler doesn't have the right comment. Yeah, it's wrong. This is the reconciler component. Okay, executor. Okay, we remove all of its methods. The executor responds to journal changes by applying journal entries, by taking journal entries and using them to apply changes to the game's actual state variables. There we go. And the executor is just the concrete version of that. And then I can remove all the other stuff here. Like that. And we need to update the makefiles. There's that one, and then here. Executor. Coordinator I executor. Hearing a weird noise. I'm wondering where that noise is coming from. Okay. Aye. I think it's just a squeak in my chair. All right, we should be able to build this now, right? No, I messed up something. Executor. There we go. Your chair at home is squeaky? I don't think it's my chair. I have a mystery noise. Or maybe I'm just imagining things. Alright. So now we have a placeholder. I can run... Let's actually run all the tests. So yeah, it's getting kind of long. That's going to be my signal to go back and make the journal faster. Executor. All right. What's the executor gonna do? Go back to the diagram and consider what it's gonna do. Actually, right away, it really only is driven by the journal's callbacks, so I really need to establish those callbacks first, don't I? Oh, well, also, before we do the callbacks, we can do the setting up of the actual game state. So, what would that be? Configure. So, we need to provide files. Probably we should do it in setup, right? Trying to think, what other test framework did I have test files in? Which one of these guys? Mm-hmm. No, I don't think any of them. Okay, not a problem. Really, the executor doesn't care what the contents of these files are. Hey there. Trying to see if I can say your name right. Okay, I think I got it. Welcome, Philosophical Pig. Again, another awesome name. It took me a moment to grok the name. I was looking for where the word boundaries are. I'm like, oh, that's all one word, philosophical. Nice name. Okay. Oh, and thanks for the follow, Chef Alton? Or is it Chef Alton? Right, the configuration. Where do I have that? In today's plan? The configuration file is all one JSON object. The journal is all JSON objects. So we're going to have to set up files that have JSON objects in them. It doesn't really matter what the contents of them are, as long as they parse as JSON. Oh, there you go. You got your own Unicode emojis. Nice. That's 2 philosophical pigs. You're going to have to change your name. 2 philosophical pigs. Setup. What's the easiest? Just write them using standard IO. No, hold on. I'm gonna use my goofy system abstractions file class because I'm a nutcase. So we'll have a file for configuration file, a file for raft state file. All right. And then we need to name them. So I need to have a constructor for the tests. Because the way I have these classes designed is that our constructor takes the name. So the name will be config.json. And the state file will be raft.json. People need capitals in their name. Well, but then internally Twitch only uses lowercase letters, so Philosophical Pig might be kind of smart here, right? He's like, why capitalize the name when Twitch APIs are internally going to treat everything lowercase anyway? And considering where the boundaries are between words, maybe that's a philosophical problem? No, I'm stretching too far. I'm trying to connect this to the name. All right. So setup will be, we're going to create these files. Yeah, it has a display name, yeah. I know my joke kind of fell flat, but that's fine. So at the end of the test, we'll destroy them. Which means they have to have... well, hold on. Did the files need to initially exist? Or will the executor create them if they don't exist? That's the question. Well, okay, a smart thing would be that the executor has its own internal state where it remembers... It actually has to have this, right? Otherwise, it's going to always reconstruct from the very beginning. It needs to have its own state file for... yeah, for what... So it's executor state. It'll need to know what journal entries correspond to each of the snapshots it has, right? Oh, it should, there should be 2 of these, right? So configuration files. And then one of those. Because there'll be the committed state and then there'll be, well, the other one is ephemeral. Okay, so this will be the committed configuration, the committed RAF state, and this will record what journal entry these committed files belong to, right? Does Twitch support username to Pascal case? I don't think so. I think you just have to pick the case you want and put it in display name. And that would be a machine learning kind of thing, right? To try to figure out what words are from the sequence of letters. That's kind of that might be a cool project. I wonder if someone's done that. Made a machine learning program that does 2 Pascal case and tries to guess. All right. Need an executor state file. Executor JSON. Okay, so we'll create that and destroy it at the end. Not delete the directory. I like to put them in reverse order because I get a nice sense of symmetry when I do that. So when we create it, we're going to want to write stuff to it, right? So we'll need to have some kind of configuration. So we're going to need JSON. Yeah, I think if I build it once, that'll go away. Or I might need to reload VS Code here. It's thinking. There it goes. Done. Okay. Now it won't complain when I save, right? Cool. All right, so create. Let's make a little helper here. Void write JSON to file. File, and then const JSON value. Okay, so we need to get the encoding and put it into this buffer. Encoding size. Actually, I can just say encoding begin to end, right? Where encoding, const auto encoding, is value.toEncoding. And then file.write buffer. Because I'm going to use that a couple places. So we're going to be doing write file configuration. raft state and executor state. So we'll put them in the setup at first. I might need to move them out here if we want to have the tests have control or access to them. We'll just do them out here though. So const auto configuration equals JSON object. So it doesn't really matter what we put here. We'll put answer is 42 because I can. Why is file not a const ref? Yeah, I think write is not a constant method because it modifies the file. Come on, IntelliSense. Yeah, it's not const. That's why. But value to encoding is const. The idea for whether to make something const or not, there's some wiggle room, but in general you want to make it const if you want to enforce that it's immutable. So technically this write doesn't modify the object file. It has a side effect of writing the data to the underlying file in the operating system, but I'm kind of letting the object kind of carry the semantics of it being mutable in the sense that when you write to the underlying file, you're kind of changing the file object, even though I don't think this actually does change the object. Right, depends on which OS we're on. Yeah, it just calls write file on the operating system, right? It doesn't actually change any state of the file object, but I made it non-const because I kind of wanted it to inherit the sense that it's not immutable because the underlying file is not mutable. So, but again, there's some wiggle room. I could have made write const because it doesn't actually change anything in the object, and that would be more of a purist view, even if it changes something underlying. I just opted to be more to be less pure and have it carry the semantics of the underlying file. All right, so raft state. I think it's again. No, this one's more specific. This one has to be. This is something that the executor cares about the contents of. So raft. This is part of the design of the executor. It's going to store. It's going to expect to get things about the. Oh wait a minute. Does it care? No, it shouldn't care about what's in. It should just know that there's something, that there's a state. Okay, so it doesn't matter. So we can say thing raft. Cool. True. Oh, I see your changed your name. Or you changed your display name. Philosophical Pig. Way to go. I don't have any more Twitch jokes to put in here, so I will leave it the same. Executor state. This one does matter. So this one has to match what the executor is going to use. So this is kind of part of the design. What kind of executor state will I have? It's only one thing right now, right? So it's the journal index that matches what's already snapshotted. So committed index, and we can put anything we want here. How about 12? All right. So that's setting up the state file so that when we start the executor, it'll get the files it needs. So configure will be. Should we actually make it more an active? I like to use the word mobilize to mean that it's actually going to start working and it won't stop until you demobilize. Does it matter? I think it matters because mobilize is going to open the files and keep them open. So how to test that? Okay, the arrange. I don't think we need to arrange anything. We'll just act on it. Executor. Is executor the name of the thing? No. There we go. Now it is. Mobilize. And it just needs to know the paths of these files, right? So that's name get path. like that, right? And then we should expect true. Because we want to have it return, I think I do want to have it return true if it successfully read the files and is ready to go, and false if not. Actually, I'm thinking I'm going to add more because we also need to give it the, it also needs to get the journal, right? Yeah, it needs both, it needs the journal and its own file, and its snapshot files, so I think what I'll do is in setup, we'll give it the mock journal. In Executor, set journal. And I'll just copy from the reconciler. So it's the same thing that the reconciler had to do. Set journal, right? So we have a mock journal. Which means I need memory. And I need the iJournal interface, right? Did I have that up here? I didn't. I should though, because technically we use it directly and we don't want to get it by side effect. Alright. So I could make the mock journal shared between test fixtures, but I might want to have different mocks, like customized for the things we're testing. So I'm going to do that for now, just make a copy, and we'll just say it mocks it for the executor. We can do that because we're inside of an anonymous namespace. So if I didn't put this inside of an anonymous namespace on both files, this would collide with that, and you'd have really weird things happen if you did any kind of difference. But inside of a namespace, empty namespace, that's an anonymous namespace, when you compile it, it actually gets a name which is sort of uniquely generated, like a unique name that's generated for you. So these two structures don't collide in their definitions. So do I need all this stuff in the mock? I don't think I do. So I'm just going to reduce it down to nothing for now. That's got to return. We have to satisfy the compiler and return something. Return JSON value. Yes. Actually, I might proactively put the read back in, because I think we might use that. I don't expect to use these. Well, I might use that one. I'm just thinking, what parts of the journal interface would the executor use? It's not going to use rollback, so I don't need to do anything. It's probably going to use these two at least. It's never going to write, so we can just return false. We'll just pretend all writes fail, so that if the executor tries to write, it will fail, and it'll never call start either. We could actually test for that. Would I test that? Can I test that in teardown? We can check to make sure they're never called. I can set a flag if they're called, and then check that the flag is still false at the end. Let's see. Entries. Oh, I guess I missed part of the comment from 9 minutes ago. Google Style Guide doesn't encourage non-const reference argument. I'm curious to see why. Let me look that up. Google Style Guide, non-const reference argument. Avoid non-const reference parameters. Why? Eh. Oh well. Broken link. Hey, would this be it? It got moved? All parameters passed by L value reference must be labeled const. And see if a function needs to modify value, the parameter must use a pointer. I'll try to declare as a reference. Pros, Defining a parameter reference avoid. Oh, I was trying to zoom that in so you guys could see it. Defining a parameter as reference avoids ugly code like that. Necessary for some applications. Makes it clear. References can be confusing as they have value semantics, but is that's a weak con? Confusing can be confusing. Well, using C++ can be confusing. Must be const? Well, I think that that's just stupid. I don't agree with the Google style guide. There's another, where is it? Another convention from a more reputable source I could point to, which is Straustrup, if I can find it. Shared pointer. Don't pass shared pointer. Here we go. C++ core guidelines. I think this trumps the Google guidelines. This is not the right one. I want the actual... Is this it? I just want the C++ core guidelines. Here we go. It's smart pointer stuff. Well, I can just search for it, I guess. Oh, thanks for following Wicked Blue Ninja. Again, awesome name. Ah, here we go. So here we go. Google. Here's the challenger. The C++ core guidelines from Herb Sutter and Bjorn Straustrup say to use non-constant reference arguments rather than smart pointers. That trumps your argument of never that must be labeled const. Because if you're having shared objects, it's a performance hit to pass the shared pointer unless you actually take ownership of it, right? So I think I would say you could do a raw pointer. The problem with that is I guess that would be an acceptable compromise. If you wanted to accept both the core guidelines and the Google style guidelines, you would just use a raw pointer. So there you go. If I cared about following the Google style guideline, I would make it a pointer. I'd have to think about that. Their argument is that it can be confusing because it has value syntax. I can kind of see that because where were we looking at that? Is that up here? I'll have to find it again. Anybody remember where that was? Oh, hey there, Alchemist Doobie. Google just says that's bad because of havoc of code behind. Encourage. Yeah, okay, I was kind of vacillating. I was really first reading this. I'm thinking this is stupid, but this is sort of, even though it's kind of a weak point in their argument, I think it's not that strong a point. It still is kind of valid that you have a confusion possibly between value semantic and pointer semantic. And the core guideline for C++ does say you could use a pointer, which then doesn't clash with this recommendation. So I'm willing to grant that you could use a raw pointer. But I'm trying to find the example where I did this. Anybody remember? I don't think it was there. Journal test? Oh, no, it was in the helper I had made, right? In the executor tests. In this helper, right? So if I wanted to follow both recommendations, I'd do this, right? And then I would turn that into an arrow. Let me see how I feel about that. That might make sense, right? Because now we know file is not a value. It's a reference semantic, and we know it's not const. I guess my worry would be if I were to accidentally take that raw pointer and keep it, right? If I just stored it somewhere. If it's a reference, I can't store it without making a copy of it. Well, Steth are you saying that you're thinking about this, right? They recommend not passing smart pointer at all unless you take ownership because it causes a unnecessary increment decrement of the reference counter. They just say to use a get and then pass it by pointer or a reference. Do they have an example? They don't even have an example. Okay, they do. No, this is a bad example. Oh, right. To rewrite this, it would be pointer. Yeah. Well, yes and no, right? If the thing you're passing it to doesn't take ownership, it's silly to increment and decrement the reference count because it adds to 0. It's elsewhere in these guidelines. Use shared pointer when you want to control and pass ownership. But if you're just giving a function an object to use just for the scope of that call, doesn't really own the object. It's just using it. Yeah. So yeah, this was I used to pass shared pointers all the time to functions, and then another viewer pointed me to this, and the argument makes sense. And I really have to hesitate to call any of this stuff stupid like I do with Google because I don't know who wrote the Google guidelines. It could be written by fools. This stuff was written by Stroustrup and Sutter, which are they're both respectable people in computer science. So I have to kind of give them some cred and at least not discount it as stupid right away, like I might do with this. Although I think they have a good point too. So a good compromise would be like to do that, like that. I'll think about that. The one hesitation I have is that I might accidentally store that pointer. Although the likelihood is very low because I don't like to have raw pointers as properties. I'll think about it. I hesitate to use raw pointers anymore. I've been trying to get away from that and to use references instead. So hope you'll forgive me by keeping the references, but I will make a note in my notebook to think about this. Okay, so meditate on what exactly? Considering the Google, what do they call it? Google C++ style guideline. Do they have a name for it? They don't have a name, do they? Runtime references. References. Let me keep the link. Regarding only passing references when they're const versus keeping what? Keeping true to the core C++ guideline. That one actually has a number. F.7. About only passing T or T when the callee does not take ownership. Okay, let me catch up on chat a little bit because I wanted to get that all written out before I continue, before I lose the thought. Google written by fools. Did I just call them fools? I think I should have said that they might be fools. But Herb Sutter and Strastrup are definitely not. They're proven industry people, so. The weak can never forgive. The forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. Yeah, I'm open to changing how I do things, like to do that. I just need to meditate on it a little bit, think about it off stream and all that. I've already changed stuff like, hold on, let me find it. Playing with scissors was really getting on my case. Just kidding. But he was pointing out that I used to write it like this. This method opens. So every single method started with the phrase, this method something. And he pointed out that I could write this in the imperative tense. I still do the this is thing for the arguments. I haven't fully adopted the practice yet, but using the imperative tense, is that right? The imperative tense or case shortens the documentation a bit and maybe makes it easier to read. So I'm always adjusting my coding practices. Just I think I'm a little slower at adopting new things because I'm just old and I'm used to the way I've been doing things. All right. Sorry for that huge distraction. Is the tool mentioned in the notes doc? The tool. Which tool? I'm not sure which tool. Which tools have I been talking about? I'm not sure which tool you mean. Odin Doe? Sorry. You let me know which tool you're talking about, and then I probably have it somewhere in my docs. If I don't, I can add it. All right, where was I? All right, I was copying some stuff from reconciler tests. Some of the mock stuff I want to keep. So the entries I want to keep. It's never going to write or start. Actually, I want to see if I can make a test to verify it never gets changed. Let me do that first. Just a real quick test. Let's see what happens if I'm going to hijack this test. Hold on. I'll hijack this test, and what I'll do is I'll do a mock journal start foobar. And right now this will still pass, right? But what if I have something in here that says expect false mock journal start called, and I make that a variable up here. False, and then all that I do in start is flag it to true. If that fails the test, if you can fail a test in teardown, I'll keep it. Oh, look at that. It works. I will keep it. Because I don't want the executor ever to call start or write. Let's say forbidden method called. It is kind of a code smell though, in that I might consider splitting that iJournal up into two interfaces, right? Because the journal is used from two different objects, which have different concerns. So the code smell here is that I need to forbid two methods to be called by the executor, but I allow them to be called by the reconciler. I think I'll keep it for now, but possibly split it later. Let me put that in the notes. So consider splitting iJournal into two interfaces. One used by executor, the other by the reconciler. That'll be the code smell indicator that I might want to do that. All right, so unhijack. Okay, to make this work, I need mobilize, right? That doesn't exist, and I need set journal. So I'm going to copy that from reconciler as a set journal, right? So the executor also needs that. This is the journal from which entries are read in order to modify the game state. Not very good at coding. Can you a program that I have made? Thanks. Keep up the good work. I'm not understanding Scrappy Madness. Are you saying, can I take a look at a program that you made? Possibly. You have a link to it and promise that it's not a bad program that will debate me? I'll look at it off screen and take a look. Okay, journal needs journal, right? iJournal. Yeah, I've been debated before. Yeah, if it's can I run the program, it's probably I'm being debated, but I will give you the benefit of the doubt. I will look at the program and off screen if you have a link to it. Or are you saying can I run my program? I'm assuming you mean your program. Okay, executor.cvp needs set journal, right? Debated is where you fool. It's a Twitch meme, right? Where you fool someone into doing something or saying something or thinking something. Oh no, I'm being raided by Irish John. Hey, Irish John. How'd your stream go? I need to work on that stream elements thing. It does both events when really it should just do the raid, right? I don't know why it does the raid and the host. Yeah, anyway, how'd your stream go? Not too bad? Good? Okay, we also needed mobilize, right? That's another method I needed to have here. And again, that's a concrete method, and that might fail. And we had 3 paths that it needed. To war! I really like that overlay I made with the Braveheart thing. I think it's funny. Okay, so we need string. Yeah, so shout out to Irish John. He actually has a game you can play. Whereas I'm probably still a couple months away from having something you can play. His game is on Unity, and it's a pirate ship battle PvP. It's awesome. So check him out when he's streaming. So the 3 paths are actually, I can just copy this, can't I? Totally cheat. Configuration file. And then raf state file. And then oh, what happened there? That's a bug. That should have been executor state file. There we go. All right, so start. Okay, we'll say open state files. Well, hold on. Really, the semantic is subscribe to the journal. Maybe it should be, these should be combined. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll put that in here and remove this. I'll move this over. Subscribe to a journal and begin the process of building the game state as the journal changes. There we go. Configuration file. This is the path. I'm probably going to want to move this into a structure, really, because we might have multiple file names. Or maybe the executor gets to pick the names of the files, at least some of them. I have to think about that. I'll leave it the way it is for now. This is the path to the file in which the game configuration should be stored. These are all similar. Raft executor. This is the path to the file in which the... Actually, we don't need to pass this. The executor should just know. Shouldn't we? Shouldn't it just know? The test framework can match it. Yeah, okay, we don't need to pass this. Same with Raft, actually. Oh, wait, I'm going back too far. I'm vacillating too much. We'll keep it the way it is. Which the Raft consensus algorithm state should be stored. How about the state of the Raft consensus algorithm employed by the coordinator is should be stored. This is the path to the file in which the executor's state should be stored. Okay. Come on. Actually, you know what? I'm going. There's no reason why I would ever need two functions. I'm going to call them. So they go at the same time. So yeah, we're going to just remove this. So that moves down to here. What library am I using to handle networking? I can show you that a little bit in just a second. Your program won't upload. Well, if you have a link to, what is it? Gist on GitHub, maybe? Sure, no problem. I also have a Discord. If you would like, you can post it there once you get it uploaded somewhere. There's like a section for coding. You can ask questions there if you want. Let's see. So the library I used to handle networking. Let me close all the stuff. I'll just do that as an aside. So all the components I've been building on stream have been cross-platform. I've been trying to put all the differences between Windows, Linux, and Mac into a library called System Abstractions. I actually started this and actually wrote most of it before I started doing Twitch streaming. So my networking stuff at the lowest level is in here. And there is an interface called network connection. Looks like this. So it's going to abstract away what's different between Windows, Linux, and Mac when you want to make a connection and send and receive messages. So you can connect with an IP address and a port number, and then you can process the connection with a worker thread, and there are two callbacks that you can receive. One is if you get a message, so it's just a vector of bytes, and then you can also get a callback whenever it's disconnected. And you can get the address and port number, whether it's connected or not, what port number address we on our end, and you can send a message or close. And so, yeah, I basically created my own. I've done this a couple times in the past. At my last job, I did it, so I just kind of continued the tradition. So that's the interface side. In the source directory, there's the stuff that's common between the OSs, but it's really just forwarding onto an implementation. And that implementation varies by OS. So there's like for Windows network connection, like the processor thread makes use of an event of a socket event. And that socket event uses WSA event select, right? Whereas in POSIX, the same thread, it's a lot similar. Only, I think I just use select. Yeah, I just use select with the FD0, FD sets with select. So the subtle differences between Windows and Linux, I separate them into different files. Right, so Windows use WinSock, and on POSIX use BSD sockets. So other things in this library that are different between OSs are like file access, like use read file, write file if you want to go to the lowest level. And then POSIX, I think I just did open read and write, And the other things in here like using a pipe to make a signal is a POSIX thing. How do you start a process on POSIX is you do fork and exec, right? Where is it? Here's the fork, and here's the exec. Whereas on Windows, it's a bit different. So it's yeah, I make a pipe to talk to it, and they do create process. So it's all in the system abstractions library. If you want to take a look, I have it in GitHub. Just go to my GitHub and look for system abstractions. It's not the cleanest library. It's probably the dirtiest library I have out there because it predates streaming on Twitch. It predates a lot of feedback from you guys. But it's fairly functional. I found a bug in it the other day in the file stuff. It's actually just yesterday. In the file stuff, there was a bug in how we open the file. It turns out if you want to share files between two different file handles, and here with create file, you set the file share flags. What I had yesterday is I wasn't setting the delete and write share flags when if you open the file that already exists. The problem is if you first call create, which specifies these shared flags, and then with a second file handle you open the same file, it was failing with a shared access error. And I realized that it's not that this flag is not what you're going to do. It's what you're allowing others to do too. So this is saying you'll only want to open the file and share it with other readers, but don't let anyone write or delete the file. This is saying we're opening it to where we just want to read, but we want to allow it to be readable by others, writable by others, or deleted by others, which is kind of what I intended from the beginning. So as long as we have the same flags, we can have complete shared access to the same files. So that was a bug yesterday. So there are probably other bugs lurking in there. And there's even some stuff that's not yet finished. I think like I didn't finish the clipboard for the Mac. Oh no, I did. That's an Objective-C++. There's something in here I didn't finish. I can't remember what it was. Yeah. And oh, I should say hi. Quadroct. Hope I said your name okay. Okay, we're working on Executor. Need to get reoriented there. Set journal. Yeah, we're changing the interface. Let's mobilize. Okay. It doesn't compile yet, I bet, because I changed. Yeah. There's no set journal. Instead, the mock journal is an argument to mobilize. And we remove that, right? So that'll build, but it won't work. It won't work because we're not returning the right thing. So I could cheat and just have it return true if I wanted. We'll be able to get away with it now, but when we actually want the executor to do something, it'll fail the test later. But anyway, that makes sure that that we can call it and it works. So the next test would be what? What do we expect it to do? Really, we need it to hook into the journal and respond to new journal entries being written by writing them to the configuration, right? So we'll say configuration update. Actually, the way I was thinking of is we would have two files, right? The committed configuration and then the uncommitted one. So the problem is, do we tell the executor all the path names, or we just let the executor figure it out? In which case, I would remove all this. Actually, I'm inclined to just remove these. So it's just you give it the journal, and that's it. And then we have to figure it out. So yeah, let me do this. That's maybe cleaner. It's unnecessary to tell it all of its file names. It should be able to figure it out, right? I do want to keep these around. Yeah, I'm gonna end up putting it here. This is not really a Doxygen comment. I'll say kept for use later. Running a server-side emulator for a game regarding handling client packets. The method you're using is processing handling the packets the moment the server receives it. I think so. The way I've written it is every connection has its own thread. That might end up biting me in the end. But right now, every connection has a processor thread, and it is the moment it gets a read successful, it receives some information. It calls a callback, which I call a delegate. So it immediately delivers it. So it's basically pushing data it receives to a callback. Well, a thread is a fork, right? Fork without an exec. So that's one way. That's what I would call the push model. A pull model would be like the underlying receive itself, that we had to actually call it to pull data out of it, and we know if it succeeds if it actually tells us how many bytes it received. And you can pull or wait on it using select, right? Or in this case, I'm using the socket event, which is WSA event select, and we have the read flag set. It's still pull in my mind because you have to actively call something to get the data, whereas this component's API is push. It calls you back whenever the data arrives. So I think it's a matter of opinion, preference. I prefer push model. So it would be, the moment the server receives it, it's processed, or at least it's given to the upper layer. The upper layer could just decide to put it in a queue and process it later. But if it wanted to, it could process it immediately within the same thread context as this processor thread, even. Okay. This doesn't need to be a separate line. It can just be like that. Okay, so that still passes, right? Okay, so configuration update. So the mobilize becomes part of the arrange now, and the act will be here's where we have to introduce the callback. So I need to have something like mock journal. Well, hold on. Let's make also a side effect will be that we expect false that the mock journals event subscribers empty. So we'll have a set of subscribers, and we'll expect that the executor will subscribe to our events. And so that then what I can do is here I can say publish some event. The event will be the journal entry, right? So do we just publish? Actually, there'll be two different things that could happen, right? You could have a new journal entry, or you could have a rollback. So should I make that two functions, or one function with a second argument? How about one function with a second argument? So we'll have to invent this realm server iJournal event. A configuration update would be a new entry, right? And the entry will be, hold on, if the second argument it's going to be different, right? A rollback would be a single integer. Maybe we would actually have it two different functions. So publish new entry and not an enum. So the entry would just be JSON. And essentially, I think we just want to put a new configuration. So we'll keep it simple. We had the answer was 42. Let's say now the answer is 44. So what do we expect to happen? I think we would expect that the original configuration file is unchanged because we're just publishing an entry. We're not committing it. That's the third thing, right? New journal entries 1, then rollback is the second, and the third is the commit. So, yeah, I think there'll be 3 different functions, 3 different callback functions. So let's have another helper called read JSON from file that has the same kind of thing, only it's backwards. Whoops. So it's going to be returned. And let's do a file open. And then we'll initialize the buffer to have whatever the size of it is. We'll just read it in one shot. So void buffer read, file read buffer. And then we'll return JSON value from encoding, and that needs a string. So standard string. You can use the constructor of the string that takes the buffer's iterator range, beginning to end. So that's just a helper I wanted to have here, because the side effects will be when we read it, we'll say committed configuration equals read. Oh, we need to have files for these, right? Well, we already have one for this one. It's called configuration file, right? Oh, also one thing I forgot. Couple things I forgot actually. We can have the right do the create. So we don't need these creates. We can have it do the create here. But in a, okay, that returns something. I want to make sure, does open reset the file pointer? It does a close, which, okay, yeah, open, you're always going to get a new handle. So I was thinking, do I need to reset the read pointer? If we're always reopening it, then we don't need to. So I can just read from the configuration file, and then we're going to have another file that we haven't set up yet. It'll be the provisional configuration file, and that will be named, the first one was config.json, the next one, oh, by the way, I need to use absolute path names in here, don't I? Yes. Can I call them? It's going to be a little ugly, but I can call it here. System abstractions file get exe directory plus /. Okay, it's not too bad. Because it's supposed to be an absolute path name. Because what I want to do here is it has to be named something else. How about we call it next config? Should go with underscore convention for config file names. So the idea is config.json is the committed configuration, and next config is the uncommitted configuration. Uncommitted means we have not received word back from the leader of the cluster that the majority of servers in the cluster have replicated the journal entry. To learn more, look up Raft. We're using that algorithm to get replication of state across the whole cluster. You like underscore for configs? Good. So we're going to expect that that file exists. So let's do an expectation. Expect true. That, oh, you know what? We ought to delete it after every time too, right? So we should really just build that in. I should build this into here. Copy all of these, mix them together, and call this one committed configuration file and provisional. Okay. Committed, committed, committed. Need 3 more. Provisional. Oh, the paste didn't work, that first one. I think I'm fighting the IntelliSense pop-ups a little bit. Camel case is hard to read. Dashes are designed in the middle of words. Yeah. But I'm so used to doing Pascal case and camel case. It's hard for me to learn to do anything different. New config. But I'll do it in the configuration files. Actually, this one we don't need a provisional file, do we? Actually, I guess we do. Because what if we're rewriting this file and we crash? We'll lose our state completely. It'll be committed immediately, basically, once we make a change. And we'll do it by doing moves, which will be kind of cool. Alright, so now there's space there. I don't need it to make it here. Expect it is existing. And this is committed configuration file. And this is committed raft and committed. Well, thanks for following, Vlad031. Okay, and I'm gonna hold on. We need to do the same things with the provisional files, but I also want to we also want to delete them before we start, because these provisional files really are ephemeral in the sense that they're only holding state until it gets committed to the actual game. So these, we also want to kind of make sure that they're not, for every test when it starts, they don't start out being there. Okay, and then we clean up everything at the very end. All right. So things we don't have yet: the subscription system to the journal, and we don't have the publish in the journal either. But if we did, we would expect that the executor would respond by not, we didn't check this. We expected it didn't change the initial configuration, right? The configuration shouldn't change. Committed configuration shouldn't change. But the provisional should have the new configuration. Actually, I'm going to pull that out and put it in the arrange. So const auto new configuration. Ugh. There we go. So, new configuration. Hold on, it's a little bit different than this in the real. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter right now what's there. Oh no, it does. It does matter. The journal entry has to be a special type, right? It was whatever we were using in the coordinator or configuration, like distribute configuration. Did I even have it? Commit. Okay, I don't have it yet, but I wanted to follow the same thing as distribution, so that, yeah, I wanted every journal entry to have like a type field. This is sort of a convention I've been organically arriving to, the conclusion of having, that every journal entry will have a type that says what kind of entry it is, and then the rest of the object will be basically the get lens, go away. The rest of the object is basically the body. So type, what are we calling this? Change. Let's use this. We'll use this. Change configuration. And then configuration will be this. Configuration will be, I just screwed up, didn't I? I wanted that to be the configuration. Okay, there's two different things. There's the configuration and then there's the journal entry. The journal entry has the new configuration in it. The new configuration is just that. There we go. So we publish the new entry and we expect, oh, thanks for the follow, Benny D42. We're going to expect that the provisional file exists, and then when we read it, provisional configuration should equal the new configuration. Right? Oh, thanks for the follow, Sugar Ray. Hope I said, oh, Sugar Ray. I got it on the second read. Oh, and did I say thanks to WLAD031? I think I did. I forgot. Pepega, Sugar Ray, yeah. Pepega? What is Pepega? I've never seen that, Ubi. What I've been meaning to ask you is, I don't know if this is too personal of a Twitch question, but why'd you change your name to Alchemist? Are you an alchemist now? Enable it. That's something I have to enable in which one? Is it BTDV or is it Frankerface? Oh, we didn't put. Okay, that's why. It's like, what is configuration? I didn't actually put it where it belongs. Thanks for the follow, random external. Let's just do that. We'll see. Can I get away with calling it here? I don't think I can, but we'll try. Actually, I think if I do JSON value, maybe I can get away with it. Okay, good. Cool. That's what I want. And then same thing with these. WS is meaningless. WS makes me think of WinSock or WebSocket, but only because that's what I've been working on stream doing. Oh, Alchemist. Oh, I get it. Elixir. Alchemist. Got it. Sometimes I'm not the smartest, and I don't figure these things out on my own. Okay. Executor state. Okay, now that looks a lot cleaner, right? This also lets me change them and reuse them in the tests. Cool. So now we have access to them here. We just don't have that and we don't have that. Let's add that. Well, hold on. We have to add both. So event subscribers, will just put a placeholder for it for now. Can just be a set of, I don't know, doesn't matter what it is yet, ints, just to get it to compile. Ubisoft. You like Ubisoft? I guess I like Ubisoft too. I like the games that they made. I didn't like their launcher though. Blech. Okay, we need publish new entry. So that we really should do with test-driven development, which is to put it into the journal test first. Excuse me. back in the day, yeah. So back in the day, they were they didn't have their controversial launcher, right? Hold on a sec. And I appear again. Okay. So yeah, I need to make a test to illustrate the new functionality I'm adding, which is the ability to receive callbacks. So it's, I guess, subscribe to subscribe to events. And we should what? Put that. Maybe I should just build it into the other tests. So, okay, no, we won't build it into the other tests. We'll have different events. So, subscribe to new journal events. That'll let us build it up incrementally. So I'll just build off of a new journal test that I already have. Which is what I'll write. Yeah, sure, we'll take this one. And paste it here. Here's the first entry, the second entry. So we'll start it, we'll write the first entry. We don't need to start over. But the act will be, we will subscribe. So journal dot what did it call it? I didn't call it anything. We get to name it here. Subscribe to events. What should we give? How about a shared pointer? Because we're sharing it with them. Or maybe a unique pointer. Because that's movable, right? I'm kind of split. How about we'll go with shared pointer? But anyway, it'll be subscription. And then we should probably allow an unsubscribed delegate to be returned, right? So something like, yeah, we'll actually test that. So we'll have a third entry. Third entry will be type, I don't know. Type thought. Context streaming. Content. Or how about subject? Coding. I'm just playing around here. So essence or yeah, essence. It's fun to code on stream in it's fun to code while streaming on Twitch. There we go. So what we'll do is we've written the first entry. We'll subscribe, and we'll expect to get back an unsubscribe delegate. Because then we'll write the second entry, and then we'll expect to get something back. So expect equal, and then we'll have I guess we'll have a vector of event, or we'll call it journal new journal entries. I'm just inventing this as I go, and then I'll fill it in to make it work in a second. And each journal entry will have, well, let's make it a JSON to make it easy. So let's put into that index, and it'll be 1, and then the entry is second entry, right? That'll be the essence of what we get in received journal entries, which I also haven't invented yet. And then we will unsubscribe by just calling the delegate, and then we will write the third entry and expect that we did not get it. Sound good? We only have the second entry. I suppose we can move that to assert, technically speaking. There we go. Subs to pew. Pew pew. Okay, so filling in the things. What is subscription? I think what we'll need to have is some kind of structure. Subscription. And we'll want that to have in it some delegates. So new entry. And then we'll have to have some kind of capture and some parameters. The parameters, I think, should just be what we have here. So size t index and then const JSON value entry. And we'll just, so we just have to put it into this, which we haven't made yet. So we'll capture that by reference. What is that? A vector of JSON values. And so we'll push that in. Where we encode the index. So here I need to do int first, because that's how we store things in JSON, and then entry. Put commas on these even though I don't really need to, but just because I can. Oh, wait a minute. No, I can't. C++ initializer list won't let me. Or no, it will. It's complaining about something else. Too many parentheses. All right. What does it not like about this? Should be okay. Did I get something wrong here? Yeah. I don't know what it doesn't like about this. Maybe it has to do with... we'll see. Oh, actually, let me read this. No instance of the constructor vector matches the argument list. Argument types are something. No, they look okay to me. Oh, hold on. I got it wrong. This is wrong. I forgot this step. There we go. Now it should be fine with that. That squiggly goes away. So we just need the subscription type, and we need the subscribe and the unsubscription. Okay, so subscription. Okay, let's break it up into types and methods. So type, struct, and then we'll say this is the information shared with the journal when subscribing. Hold on. I did the similar thing in WebSocket. I wanted to look and see what it did there. Did I do a shared pointer, or did I just make it a structure, or did I use R value semantics? Let's see. It was in the set delegates. Okay, I did use R value references. Okay, so cool. We'll stick with that. This is the information given to the journal when subscribing to receive event callbacks. Okay? And nothing in there yet. We just need to make the subscribe thing. So virtual unsubscribe delegate, which we haven't defined yet either. Subscribe to events, and then subscription R value 0 there. Okay. Subscribe to callbacks when certain events happen. And technically it's returned as empty, right? Is that what I did in the WebSocket thing? I didn't do it. I just said in. R value semantics are that it's returned in an invalid state, in an uninitialized state. It's basically consumed by the function. This is the subscription information consumed by the function. All right, and then what's this unsubscribed delegate? We need to define that. I will want to have functional for that. So that will be using that equals standard function. And what will it return? Nothing. Actually, it's just void, right? What does it not like about that? Sure it does. It just, okay, that was lag. IntelliSense lag. This is the type of delegate returned when subscribing to receive event callbacks. When called, the original subscription is cancelled. So it's a typical publish subscribe model, also called observer pattern. Same thing. Publish subscribe observer pattern. So we will need to implement that in a couple places, right? So in journal itself, we'll need to overload it. Override it, I mean. Journal. And here, because that's defined within the context of that class, I can do an auto and then move it to the right side, like that. And I just need to return something, so I'll return an empty function. We don't need override. There we go. Okay, now I need the same thing in my mock journals. So Executor has one, right? So same thing. Actually, I could just copy it to here as well. All right. So we should be able to build this now, right? Oh, did we not override subscribe to events? I forget that. Indeed, I didn't. Okay, yeah, it has to forward it. Actually, that means I should adjust this test as well, right? Pass through subscribe. Pass through subscribe to events. So subscribe to event. Oh, it means I have to have a subscriber. Okay. Same thing here. Wait. It was journal test, right? Yeah. This thingy. No resize. And yeah, right. So it's this. Actually, we don't need anything special here, right? We can just say it was called. So, new entry called false, and capture that, and then we just simply set it to true. And then we will call it. Actually, no, hold on. Right, the assert is that we expect, well, we actually assert that the subscriptions is not empty. Actually, we'll assert even more strongly that it equals to 1 than the size of the subscriptions, right? And then we will call it subscription 0 dot new entry, call it with, it doesn't matter, 42 and JSON, an invalid JSON, right? Because all we really need to care about, actually we should put something valid in here. How about yeah, we want to make sure that it's forwarded so it's not altered. So, okay, I'm going to pull back, bring this back to the way it was. There, and then here. And then that's captured, right? So then received, yeah, this same thing. And we have, let's say, call it a test entry. It doesn't really matter what. We'll have hello world. We just need to put it here, and then this index has to match this. So, yeah. It's reconciler, not journal. Okay, cool. So we need to do the mock. The mock has to work. The mock will have subscriptions. So just make it a vector just to be easy. Keep it easy. So realm, well, subscription. Then we can just push back, right? So we want to test unsubscribe. If it gets forwarded, that's all we really care about. So subscriptions.pushback standard move subscription. Then we can just return an empty function. Then it should be forwarded correctly, right? I mean, if it's forwarded, actually no, we do want to have something here. We want to make sure it's the same function object. So let's do something like return this, and we'll do something like unsubscribe called. Ugh. Unsubscribe called. There we go. And then that's a bool. It starts as false. And then we can test that side effect when we call it. Oh, we need to actually do the event, right? So dot write test entry. So where this one comes from is we will just always have the write go through the subscriptions. Actually, does it matter that we do that or not? Let me think about this. It doesn't, because we're calling it manually. Okay, yeah, we don't need to do that. This should be standard move. Yeah, we don't need to write the entry because here we're simulating the writing of the entry, right? So it's like the journal just says, hey, there's a, call the subscription. We verify we get it, and then we should call the unsubscribe, and then expect true mock journal unsubscribe called. Cool. I need that test entry. Why does it say? Oh, because I'm missing a semicolon. We don't have new entry. Doesn't exist yet. Let's make that. That's in iJournal. I know I'm all over the place. I hope that people don't get lost too badly. But we need to have another new entry delegate And that's just another kind of delegate. Delegate is a callback. So this is also a function. Only a little bit more. It's got to match this prototype. But we don't return anything from callbacks. It's just that. All right, and then we'll just start with this. This is the type of callback returned. This is the type of delegate. Not returned. This is the type of delegate called when a new journal entry is written. And then the index. This is the index of the new journal. This is the index of the new entry in the journal. Entry, this is the journal entry written. Cool. But that was written. Has been. All right, now I think I might have written enough so that everything should be compilable. This is not yet because of why. Did I not do that right? Reconciler HVV. Oh, yeah, I forgot to add that. Okay. And then reconciler has to forward it. Auto impl journal subscribe to events standard move subscription, and then return the unsubscribed delegate. So it's just a forwarder, and we need a class name here. Okay, let's try to build and see where we stand. Okay, missing something. I think that might be a guard problem. Let me look at my header guards. Oh, hold on. That's probably not it, actually. Publish new entry is not a member of mock journal. Oh, right. We have published new entry, right? Yeah, so we're missing that. Okay. That was just in the mock. We just need that as a method. I think we also need to tell it what entry number it is. Oh, hold on. I think that was... Yeah, entry. So... Right, so it's kind of like a write, only we do the callback things. So... do that. And here we will put it into the entries. So entries.pushback journal entry, just in case it reads it back, and then we will go through the subscribers. And then we can't use int anymore, right? We have to use subscription. I don't know if we can use set either. Let's just use vector. And we will say let me think about this. Really, I should not use a vector. I should have like a map. And we'll have like integer keys, and we'll say next event subscriber ID is 0, I guess. And so it's 4. const auto events subscribers entry event subscribers entry second basically dot. Okay, it should have given me something there. I thought it was a pointer. Oh, it's a pair. It's already dereferenced. So second dot new entry, and then we give it the entry number. So it's entries dot size -1, and then is the index of the one we just added, and then the copy of the entry. There we go. And then we got to do the subscription. We have to mock the subscription stuff. So what we'll do is we'll first get the subscription ID, right? Or the event subscriber ID equals that, and then we'll add one after we get it. And then we will hold on to, we'll capture this and the ID. And then in the body, we will remove it. So subscriptions, event subscribers dot erase event subscriber ID. One problem is I'm capturing this. So are you using Google Mock at all? I'm not using Google Mock because I don't know it yet. It could help easily create mock objects for testing. Let me take, and by the way, hello Kevin's963. I will take your suggestion to look into it. Because yeah, I know about it, but I haven't taken the time yet to look into it. But I try to take suggestions from viewers seriously. I'll look into it, and if I get a chance to look into it, I'll write up in the follow-up section later what I determine. So yeah, not yet, but I will look into it. So this, we can do this as long as our mock lives. Its lifetime does not extend. Hold on, let me say this right. We can capture, we can return this as long as the thing we're returning doesn't live longer than the mock itself. But that might not be the case, right? Because it's possible that because we're passing the journal through as a shared pointer. Where do I show that? It's a shared pointer. That means that for all we know, actually not just that it's a shared pointer, but since we're returning the delegate, they might hold on to it even longer than they hold on to the journal. So to make this really safe, instead of capturing this, I should be sharing this collection between this lambda function and the mock itself, which it's not that hard to do. We just make this a shared pointer. And then we'll make a new one. And then we'll just handle it through an indirection. Right? So it's indirection. And we don't capture this anymore. And instead we'll capture a copy. I wish you could just do this. But it doesn't like that because it says it's not a variable. It has to be a variable. But it's not that hard. We just make a copy of it, right? So say auto copy. Actually, it can even be const if we want. And that's just that. And that reads through the copy. So if this lambda function lives longer than the mock, it's still okay because it shares a pointer to the subscription list. And another thing we got to do, well, this is just a mock. In the real one, we would make this a critical section. We are erase and insert. Actually, we haven't done the insert yet. When I do the insert and the erase, they should both be protected by a critical section. But since this is just a test, we're not really going to have multiple threads going through. It should be safe to not protect them. So the insert is really just event subscribers. Do that, and then reference event subscriber ID equals standard move subscription. Cool. It looks like a stale compiler error to me. Okay. Yeah, this needs to be dereferenced now. Okay, there's still some errors. I missed something. Oh, no, it's journal test is broken. Probably because this needs to be moved. It wants an R value, and that's fine. But hopefully that fixes that. Nope. Oh, missing a semicolon. That too. Cool. All right, let's test it out. Okay. Let's run the journal test first. Okay, the subscription model's not quite working. Oh, right, because we didn't implement it in the real journal. Let's implement it in the real journal. So it's whenever something's written, right? We need to go and call all of the things. Also, we didn't actually do the subscription thing in the first place. So because of the problem I just talked about before, we'll need to do the critical sections right and the sharing a little bit more intelligently. So what I'll do is I'll set up a structure of the things that we're sharing with callbacks here. So shared properties. We'll just call it shared properties. We'll call it. These are properties of the journal that are shared with other objects. We separate them out here. We'll just say they are separated. So that they can continue to exist even if the journal is destroyed. Okay, so the properties we're going to put in here are, I'm going to do the same kind of thing actually that the executor test did. I'll have a subscription list here, but we don't need to share it because the whole thing is shared. Which means that subscription is realm server iJournal subscription. Okay, map we need to include. Actually, did I include map in the other place? Did not. And I didn't get vector either. Shame on me. Not including all the headers I should be. Okay, and that's just that. And I'll probably want the same thing about the next ID. Okay. And here I want to document it because this is the real journal. This is the next identifier to use for event subscribers, for an event subscription. These are the current subscriptions to journal events. Okay, and then we'll need a mutex. This is the critical section stuff. Include mutex. Get closer, Mike. Okay, this is used to synchronize access to these properties. From different threads. Okay, standard mutex. I don't like to give names that are any more than just that. Okay, so the shared properties, we got to set it up. a lot of shareds here. I'm just going to repeat this down here. Okay, and wrap that. Good. All right, all that's set up, and we're good to go, right? We just need to fill in the stuff. So it's a little bit more elaborate version of what the mock is doing. So we're going to want to get the lock. So we'll do a lock guard, which it's a RAII pattern. Resource acquisition is initialization. I hope I got that right. So it's an object that in its construction it acquires the mutex, and when it's destroyed it releases the mutex. And I'm going to kind of cheat on getting the type by doing this. Say it's lock, and what it locks is the shared mutex. Hey there, 3D Extended. How's it going? This should be an impl, because we're not in impl yet. There. Now that we have, now this becomes a critical section, and we also want to do the same thing here, by the way. So a couple differences here. Instead of getting a copy here, we're going to get a weak pointer to the shared properties. So, or can it be, I guess it could be strong. So shared copy is shared, and then shared. I have to be careful though. I don't want to cause a circular reference. As long as we're giving it out to someone who the journal doesn't have a strong reference to itself, it should be fine. Actually, it really doesn't make sense to do any. Okay, I can just do a weak pointer, maybe. Shared weak is, so instead of auto, it's weak pointer to shared properties. Impl shared. Yeah, today we're just working on establishing that there's the pieces, the journal, executor, and reconciler. Although the reconciler is just a pass-through. So I needed these three new components to make any more progress in the coordinator. So we're doing journal. I did journal yesterday a bit, so I kind of shored it up. And now we're adding an event subscription model to it, so that the executor can know when the reconciler writes entries to the journal, the executor will know that it happened, and then it'll be able to apply them to the real state. And reconciler right now is just pass through because it's only talking to the coordinator. Later it's got to do some actual merging and decision making when it gets competing requests from internal game logic and other servers. So yeah, that's it. So we're going to do this. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter. We go impl, shared that, and then we're going to use this weak pointer as there are only, well, not our only. We use it as context here, and then we got to recover the strong pointer. So we do that like this: const auto shared equals shared weak.lock. And then if, let's say, the journal's already been destroyed, then what will happen is it will be null. So we'll say if shared is null pointer, then there's no point unsubscribing because the journal's been destroyed, so we'll just return. Okay. Then we can lock it, and then we can actually remove it. And that's just a dot now. That's shared. And I can, this becomes impl shared that. Cool. So this does the subscription. Oh, hold on. Let me separate it out here. That does the subscription. Right. This enters the critical section. This makes the subscription. This constructs and returns a function which, when you call it, gets back to the shared properties of the journal if it still exists, and unsubscribes. And we have to enter the critical section there too. So this function we're returning, we're not calling it right now. We're returning a function that the guy we're returning it to can call later to unsubscribe. And now I just need to use it. So in write, after we have written it, I guess, and also after we cached it, at the end here we will call a publish new event. Similar to what the mock did. It has a publish new event, right? A new entry. Publish new entry. Actually, I'm going to call it event. Maybe for consistency, I should call it here too. All right. And so it's going to be the same kind of thing. Well, actually, we already have the journal entry. Yeah, we don't need any arguments because we'll just assume it's the last entry. And it's inside impl, right? So publish new entry event. We'll say publish a new, what are we calling it? New entry event to all subscribers. About publish a new entry event about the last journal entry to all subscribers. There we go. So again, we need to get the lock guard. And we're already in impulse, so I don't need. So once we're in the critical section, now this is preventing racing a new subscriber coming in. You guys hear the dog in the background? I can do the overlay. The dog likes to bark when people come arrive home. So yeah, my son just came home. Doggy, that's right. So once we're in the critical section, we can then loop through. So we're guaranteed not to have a new subscription come in or an old one be removed. So we're good with doing event. What did I call it? I always forget what I call things. Event subscribers, right. So for all event subscribers entry in event subscribers, right? We will say event subscribe. How come IntelliSense isn't helping me out here? Oh, because it's inside shared. There. Now you'll know what it means. Dot second dot new entry, and then we will just say what new entry will be our entry count. So it's the cache size, right? -1, and then the entry will be whatever's in the cache at that entry. Right? Oh, is it? Oh, right. Journal entry. Got it. There we go. So, that's the actual subscription model in the journal. Oh, I got some warnings. What do I got warnings for? Line 76. I don't like warnings. I fix them if I can. Conversion from size T to int? Oh, I did not mean to make that a size T. That should just be an auto. There we go. Much better. So let's try out those journal tests again. Make sure the subscription model works. It works. Let me make sure. I don't like it when the test passes right away. I can sort of sabotage it. Let's do stuff like, let's not unsubscribe. We'll just pretend we did and then not do it. Oh, looks like we got another compiler warning. That should also be an auto, right? Well, that should break the test because unsubscribe won't work. Yeah, see, we got that third entry, even though we shouldn't because we unsubscribed. And then, so I can fix that, and then let's have it not subscribe in the first place. That should also break it, but in a different way. Now it won't get the entry to begin with. Cool. So a subscription model works. Yay. We can move on to the reconciler, right? Or no, it was... Well, let's make sure the reconciler is not broken. It's not broken. Okay, so now we can move on to the executor. Right, so it's expecting that the executor subscribes to the journal. It's not. So we need to have the executor subscribe to the journal, right? So let's do that. Executor. Hey there, Gareth Hubble. How's it going? Working on putting in the baseline for these components here. The journal, the executor, the reconciler. These kind of work together to manage the state of the server. So yeah, essential things before we can actually get a game up and running is we need to have the ability to store state to disk and then read it back. And the twist is that our state is constructed as a series of journal or log entries or changes to apply to the state. Executor is the one that turns that log or journal into the actual state, and reconciler is going to be used later to merge in requests from different places so that the journal is consistent. Okay, so executor doesn't do much. We have the test framework set up to expect it to subscribe to the journal. So we're given the journal, we just need to subscribe to it. So let's just do the least we can get away with. Let's just subscribe to events. It needs a subscription. So that's iJournal subscription. Okay, that's the minimum we can get away with, right? Okay, fatal error, bad function call. So that's a test problem. So configuration update. Actually, what we should test here is that it subscribed to the new events. Yeah, so let's add an expectation here. This needs to be a stronger one. Assert. Expect. Actually, we can. I did this once before too. We know how many subscriptions it should make, right? It should make exactly one subscription. Then we can expect false that first subscriptions. So I need to dereference this, right? What was that again? Yeah, so the first one will be 0, right? So 0. Oh, actually, let's pull this out. So let's say begin. Dot or arrow first is equal to 0. In other words, it only subscribed once. And so if it subscribes a second time, 0 would have been removed and 1 would have been the ID, right? So then we can expect that it's not a null pointer, so that the second dot new entry. So this now will fail, right? So we're just making the test stricter. No, it didn't fail. So it actually put something in new entry? Did I not build that right? Huh. I didn't fill one in, so how did it actually work? Yeah, it should have been null. Weird. Oh, this needs to be a condition. That's my bad. There we go. Still have this cough. All right. So yeah, it fails this test. I don't care that it crashes the test afterwards because this test needs to pass for the other one to be valid, right? So it's expecting now that we actually register something. So let's register something stupid. So new entry equals just nothing. Just the minimum we can get away with, which is it has to match this signature. So it has to have those arguments, but we can just do nothing with it, right? So that'll get past the first one. Now it fails because it didn't actually create the provisional configuration file. So in order to do that, oh, this is wrong too. New configuration shouldn't have been, there shouldn't have been anything there. I think I screwed that up. I mean, the provisional configuration shouldn't have had anything in it. What happened here? Provisional, oh, I'm reading the wrong file. Provisional. There we go. Actually, and that read needs to have a check now, doesn't it? Because that file might not exist. So we'll have to say, if we couldn't open it, then we'll just return an empty JSON value, which is marked as invalid. So there we go. We got invalid JSON for the provisional configuration. It never wrote it. It doesn't exist, right? Actually, can I make that a stronger assert? I should. Should just stop early, right? There's no point trying to read it if it doesn't exist. So yeah, the essential thing is that the provisional configuration file never was made. So that's this publish new entry event is going to call the subscriber, so we actually need to have a new entry that does something with the journal entry. There we go. So I think the same as the journal, we need to have some kind of shared state that's shared between these delegates we're handing out and then the rest of the executor. So I'll do the same pattern. That was the journal, right? So it had a shared properties section with the mutex inside of an anonymous namespace. Well, thanks for the follow, Nadar73. These are properties of the reconciler that are shared with other objects. They're separated out here so they can continue to exist even if the reconciler is destroyed. So mutex is essential. That's to synchronize access from different threads. That's very important because we don't know what thread our delegate is going to be called on. When I say delegate, it's the same as callback if you're familiar with that word. Same word or same meaning. Sound effects keep making you want to play a Zelda game. Well, I tried to come up with interesting non-default stream events. That was just one of those that came to mind. It's just a short, unobtrusive, but interesting sound. Okay, so the shared properties, we have a pointer to it from our implementation. So where's our implementation? There it is. Put it there, right? These are properties of the reconciler. Yes, okay, good. Okay, so when we are, where is it? Oh, hold on. Did I do the wrong thing? Yeah, I'm in the wrong object. Yeah, what am I doing? This is totally the wrong place. It's executor. I'm being stupid. I'm not thinking. I'm just doing it because I'm not thinking. It's executor we want it in. Pull this out. Put it in executor. Pull the mutex out. Put it up here. Okay. Executor. All right. So we have shared properties. So the first thing we should do in that is synchronize. Again, it's like this. And we have to actually capture shared week. We have to say const auto shared equals shared week dot lock. If shared is null, then return early, and that means we have to get a week pointer to shared properties. Shared week, and that's impl shared. All right. Shared mutex. Lock the shared mutex, please. Okay, now we're safe, multi-threaded. So what do we want to do? Actually, to keep this clean, I think I'm just going to move the body to the shared completely. I'll say shared on new entry. And we'll pass in the index and entry. And so we'll move this into a new method called onSharedEntry that's in the shared properties. So this is properties and methods, which means that the name isn't so good anymore. In the past, I think it was for the coordinator. Yeah, I made it engine and then I separated it out because it got bigger. Oh, thanks for the follow, Yassine420. But I think maybe we'll just come up with a better name. What do I want to call it? On new entry. It's going to have the same signature as the delegate. It's this one, new entry delegate, right? In fact, we can save us some time and just copy this documentation as well. Say, handle the receipt of a new journal entry. This is the index of the new entry in the journal. This is the journal entry that was written. Okay. So we don't need mutex because we're in that class now. Right? And then I called it correctly down here, and we just need to make sure I did everything right. Yeah, okay, so now in response to receiving the new entry, what does the test expect us to do? It expects us to write to the provisional configuration file. So that's exactly what we'll do. I suppose I'll just use the same class, because I kind of like it. System abstractions file. I made this file wrapper that I kind of like. So we don't have to keep recreating it. I can just make it a property here. This should be S. Oh, you can hear the kids in the background? So the goal of this mic here is to reduce the sound of them in the background. I guess when they yell, you can hear them. Okay, so this is provisional configuration file. All right. So what am I going to say? This is where to store the server configuration until it has been. Oh, thanks for the follow. Oh, this is going to be tough. OMFG kek. That's the gluing together of OFMG and kek, which is a laughing in World of Warcraft, right? Did I get that right? This is where to store the server configuration until it has been committed by the server cluster. So whenever you hear these words like committed and cluster, it's all referring back to the way we're doing fault tolerance. So in my server architecture, we have multiple copies of the server, and I'm using an algorithm called Raft to achieve consensus. And consensus means that a majority of the servers have replicated a change, and that's called that's referred to as the change being committed. So it's been committed once the leader of the cluster, whichever server becomes a leader, verifies that a majority of the servers have written it to disk. So that's what committed means, and the cluster is just the group of servers. Hey there, MVMO, or is it MoveMo? How are you doing? Welcome. This is where to store it. So this class requires me to give its name in the constructor. So if I just try to build this now, it won't like it. It says it doesn't, the error message isn't that helpful, but I know it's that I need to have a constructor. The constructor has to give a name to that file. So we'll do it here. So the name of the file, we'll do the same thing that the test expects us to do. We'll get the path to our current executable's parent directory, and then we'll add / what did the test expect it to be? Whatever it expected, we'll make it match. new config .json. So why I have repetition here is because this is the actual name of the file that we pick in the code. We have a copy here in the test so that if I ever decide to change the name here, that changes the behavior of the component, breaking the requirement which is set here that it be named that. So it kind of helps keep us in check. A requirements change should always come from changing the test first and then changing the code. If I were to change the code first and not the test will fail, which means I didn't meet the requirement. So there's a lot of redundancy between code and test because the test needs to check that the code did the right thing, so they both need to know what the expectation is. And so that's the cost of it. The redundancy is a cost. The benefit is that if I accidentally did that, you wouldn't know unless you had something checking to make sure that you named it that, and that's my test. So I have like a safety net now with the unit tests. Okay, so we have a variable set up to represent the file. All I really need to do here is create it. And then we're going to write the... oh, hold on. We're not going to do this always. This is only if the entry type equals change configuration, right? I think that's what I had it set to. Then create the provisional configuration file, and we're going to extract the configuration out and write it. So system instructions I file buffer. Well, first we want to get the encoded entry. Encoded configuration equals entry configuration dot to encoding, right? So we encode it as a string, and then we have a buffer. We tell it we want the size, or really it's the length of this that string is the size of the buffer we want. Actually, I can do better than that. I can just fill it in here. Encoded configuration dot begin to end, right? And then we just write it to the file. We can actually create the file after we've done all that. Provisional configuration file dot write buffer, and then I'm not going to care if it succeeded or not. I'm going to trust. I didn't give it a name. I'm going to trust that the file system works. If I really wanted to be extra safe, I could check to make sure that the create can also fail. If we couldn't open the file or we couldn't write it, we might do something, but that requires a whole another set of machinery. Right? We need to have some way to know that it failed and have, like, what do we do if it fails? And I'll build this up incrementally. So if and when I want to catch these failures, I'll make a test case that recreates that, which is probably kind of hard. And then I'll put the code in here. That's part of test-driven development, though, is you don't write code you don't need to make the test pass. So if you ain't gonna need it, then you don't write it. All right, new entry. So this ought to pass our test. All right. No, it didn't create it. Okay, what happened? It will publish this. Type is change configuration. Configuration is new. It should have taken it and written it to the file. Maybe, hold on, there's a couple things that could have happened. So I was thinking, did it put it in the wrong place? I guess we could put a breakpoint there and see it happen. So we'll set it up in the debugger here. This test is the one we want to run. So I copy that, I paste it here for the gtest filter, and then tell it to run, and we're just running that test. Okay, so we got the callback. We can actually look and see that how it works. So here we're in the test. The test is calling this publish new entry event, which is then calling us the subscriber because it's in there. Can you guys see it? It's kind of it's there. So we have the subscriber registered, and it goes through and it calls us back there on new entry. Entry, let's make sure the object looks good. Oh, hold on. Oh, did I call this from more than one place? Hold on. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Yeah, it's like, it's not getting the right thing. 40 people? I'm not even watching the viewer count. Welcome, 40 people. Hope you're enjoying things. By the way, if you want to know what I'm going to be working on next, my notebook's all public, so I keep everything in OneNote, and you can always look and see if I try to make a plan. Like, I guess my goal is to make it the night before. But if until I get to that point where I'm that organized, it'll be like maybe half an hour before, so you can always check to see what I plan to work on. And if it's something you don't care about, you don't need to watch, right? And if you're curious about something I did in the past, how come I can't make that wider? I have a YouTube channel where all this gets exported to eventually. So let's say you wanted to see me implement SHA-256. I did that on Stream 67, so you could look up Stream 67 in YouTube and watch me code that. I worked on the Twitch messaging interface on 58. I wrote an HTTP client on 49. So there's a lot of stuff. Everything is on stream, so you can kind of look up what you care about and skip what you don't care about. So let's see. And if there are some people that came in before and didn't see it, what I'm doing, just to give a brief recap, is I'm trying to make a game, and making a game, and the game is not playable yet. It's gonna be like inspired by old games like Ultima 5, just because it's gonna be easier for me art style wise. I'm not an artist. I just wanted something with simple graphics, but lets me kind of develop a game over time with lots of different things to do. And right now I'm just setting up the foundation of the back end, the servers. There's a lot of stuff to do there before I can make it playable. But I am going to try to make it so that you guys can log in even when there's no game there yet, and you can actually see me evolve the game, because one principle I'm trying to follow is the game servers will be persistent. I can take one down and upgrade it, and you can imagine I would do 1, 2, 3, 4 upgrades, and you should still see the game running and not go down at all, but you'll suddenly see new content appear. And also be on my own client making changes to the game as you're in. So we're trying to get to that point, but until then, it's going to be a lot of back-end server work that might not be game-ish. So I don't even think I don't have game dev as a tag yet, because it's not really a game yet. How to begin with setting up servers? I can tell you what it is. You make a program that has a main function. A server is really nothing more than a program that listens for network connections, or sometimes a more generic server is just a program that's always running and there's some way to talk to it. It could be a terminal, it could be a network connection. So if probably what you're thinking about of a server is just a program that's always running that listens to a network port, and whenever a connection comes in, it starts to talk to it. And if you want to learn more about that, I would suggest like any kind of resource that talks about sockets, or if it's in JavaScript, you can even start with Node.js, something that sets up a web server. Like Node.js web server is so easy to do. And I think with Node.js, you can get a working server. It'll just say hello world, but you can get it in like half an hour. It's that easy nowadays. I'm doing stuff in C++. There's a bit more you have to do. So like, if you're interested, how would you listen for a network connection to make your server? Fundamentally, you need to look up bind. Hold on, it's not this class, it's this one. Bind, and then listen, and then accept. And the accept is done in a loop where you're waiting for, when a connection comes in, you get signaled one of many different ways, and you call accept to get the next client, and then you get a socket from that, and then you can read and write that socket to talk to your client. Not even half an hour? Yeah, just a few lines of code. I'm being conservative when I say half an hour. Yeah, if you have no idea, start with something like JavaScript, Node.js, and so if you don't know JavaScript, learn a little bit of that first. Then you can pick up Node.js, you'll have a server really quick. C++ or C, you're going to want to look at bind, listen, accept, read, and write. Those are the operating system calls, or really the socket layer, library layer calls that you'll want to look up. So we're many layers above that. I wrote this system abstractions I was just showing you, and then above that I wrote a web server, and on top of the web server I have web sockets, and the code we're looking at here is dealing with web sockets. You won't see a lot of network stuff in my unit tests though, because we're testing this a piece at a time, and the only stuff that really deals directly with WebSocket web stuff is the very top layer. I'm down here at this layer today, so we're not seeing a whole lot of network stuff. It's just leveraging. These components leverage each other, right? There we go, Ubi advertising Erlang and Elixir. Way to go. I haven't actually seen a whole lot of other streamers who do Erlang or Elixir, but Ubi's one of those. Have you been streaming, Ubi? I haven't seen you. Well, if Ubi does stream, you should check him out, because from time to time he'll show off how to do stuff in Erlang and Elixir. All right. Ooh. Oh, I was trying to figure out... Oh, I had figured it out, right? This is not the right thing. We published the event through... This is the event. So it's not a journal entry. It's really the journal entry event is what it is. And that's what I meant to post there. POSIX, yeah. Reading Erlang TCP helped me out, yeah. I should kind of also mention this. This ought to be something I put in my notebook and a command, but people have been asking me this more recently, like, where did I learn how to do networking? The TCP/IP Illustrated, it's a really old book, but it's the one that I learned from, and it looks like you can still buy it. Ooh, it's kind of pricey. Anyway, this book I learned TCP/IP from, very excellent book. There's probably lots of other books out there that explain it just as well, but if you don't know, and maybe you have access to this book in the library, it's a pretty good book. Learned a lot of what I know about networking from that book. Cool. Well, there you go with Erlang. There's your TCP link. Okay, I didn't run this yet to see if it works. It works. So the executor now will update the provisional configuration. So I think what we want to do is when we know that it's been committed, we will apply it to the actual configuration. So here we'll do that. So it'll be configuration, commit configuration. How about that? Commit configuration. Buy it used? Yeah. It's such an old book. There's probably some better book out there. If someone's watching and happens to know a newer book that's as good or better than TCP/IP Illustrated, feel free to advertise it. All right. The question is, do I want to go through all the same setup to publish the event, or do I just want to cheat and write to the provisional configuration directly? I suppose it's safest to just do this in the arrange, and then the act will be we publish another event, right? Journal commit event. So type will be commit, and then the index will be, well, this will be okay, let's just pull from the entries directly. So it'll be mock journal. Oh, hold on. Let's just yeah, let's just have it be a method of the mock. So mock journal publish commit event. And then we don't need anything, right? So and then what do we expect? We expect that the committed configuration will match the new configuration now, right? That's really all we care about. We don't care about the provisional anymore. Right, so let's make this first. How long have I been going? 4 hours? Okay, so I'm going this is all overtime. I usually try to stream from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if you guys need to go, that's always fine. I'm going a little bit over. I'm 15 minutes over. I should probably decide when to draw the line. What was my plan? The raft state? I think I can get to that without too much time. So we'll get there. We'll get this done and then I'll wrap up. So when I'm finishing up preserving raft state file, then that's probably when I'll end the stream and I'll try to figure out what I'm going to do on Monday. Okay, so publish commit event. We will do the same kind of thing here. Only we will say, actually, let's make this commit. Let's have it say num uncommitted entries, and then we'll default it to 0, right? And then it will be a different callback, commit. And then it'll be a number, so it'll be that minus that. I think that's all we need, right? Which means I'll probably want 2 different cases, right? So that's if it's committed. And let's have one where, let's say, commit. Well, no, I can build it into this. So we'll have let's have 2 configurations. So config, let's say call it second and third. And we'll just change this number. It doesn't matter what I change it to. And we mobilize. We publish this one. Let's see. I will just, because it's going to get messy otherwise, I'll just build this in here directly. Okay. And then that's the second configuration. Then what we'll do is we'll publish the third as well. And then we will do a commit and we'll say one of them is uncommitted. So we should expect the second configuration, right? That's a more strict test. So basically, this will make sure that second configuration didn't get lost. It makes the test a little bit, it makes the executor a little bit more difficult. Actually, the executor doesn't, it's free to do what it wants in its persistence, in its provisional state. What if we just, we'll have it expect that it's the original configuration. Yeah, I'll do it this way. Yeah. I'll do this twice. Let's say that we don't need to hold on to the second configuration because we're not doing a rollback test yet. We'll just expect it to go from the original to the third configuration directly. And this we can reuse. So when we commit all but the last one, then it won't have been oh, it'll be a second, won't it? Oh, I can read the provisional file as well. Let's do that. This will have the second in there actually. This is second configuration. The second configuration will be committed, but the provisional will have the third configuration in it. And then when we publish again, the third configuration will end up, I guess I can't make that const. The third one ends up in committed. That's a good test. So let's see the test fail. We don't have commit, that's right. Commit. Let's make commit. Commit delegate. Commit. Okay, make a commit delegate. I think we just wanted index, right? This is a type of delegate called when journal entries have been committed to the cluster. Well, thanks for the follow, Cryptic 245. This is the index. This is the index of the last entry. So the assumption is that when you commit an entry, all previous entries are committed. That's a requirement of the Raft consensus algorithm, so we're going to leverage that. This is the index of the last entry committed to the cluster. Yes. I'm thinking, is it to or by? How about by? Committed by the cluster. And there we go. That will build. It will not work. We will fix it and then move on. See how it's kind of an iterative cycle? Bad function call. Oh, I didn't make sure that it's not null, right? Commit configuration. Oh, probably this one doesn't check it. We should check it before, right? Where did we check it in? We checked it here. Yeah. So we'll expect that they'll register both of them. Cool. So they need to register something. And here we'll leverage that same shared weak here. So it's commit. It's just an index. The same kind of general structure here, and it's on commit index. So we'll make a on commit next to on new entry. And then I'm going to copy this documentation up here. To handle the receipt of what? And the receipt of, not the receipt, handle the, hold on a minute. A doggy is deciding to bark at people who walk by the house. Entries. This is the index of the last entry committed by the cluster. There we go. So, same guard. Doggy, yes. I have a Havanese dog. I have a knees, you have a knees, we all have a knees. She's like a little dog, so she always feels threatened and or excited. Either way, she likes to bark. Okay, so here's where we decide to actually, once it's committed, once the entry is committed and it's a provisional entry, we can basically replace the committed configuration. So when do we decide to do that? Oh, well, let's just compile and make sure it gets a little bit further. Right, so it's just not committing it right now, right? So we need to, that's the last thing to do, is to make it commit. We could always commit it, and then we'll pass one of the tests. So to always commit, it would be, hold on, I forgot to close it here, didn't I? That's gonna bite me if I forget to do that. Yeah. Close doesn't return anything. All right, so I don't have a storage for the committed configuration file, so let's make it. This is where to restore the configuration, server configuration once it has been committed by the server cluster. Yes. So that needs a name. You have a question. Hey there, 2H strike, or is it two-handed strike? getting into learning low-level languages, which one would I recommend? Making a text editor from scratch. You are making a text editor from scratch. Which of these languages you learn first? I would say start with C. Start with C because it will really help keep things simple. You really only need C++ if you're into the object-oriented stuff. Like if you're doing a larger system like I have, where you have broken up your design into different objects and they have different relationships, then the object-oriented stuff in C++ comes in handy. But if you're just doing if you're just starting something from scratch and you don't have a huge complicated design, start with C. You could do that. So you can always do, if you're disciplined enough, you can use C++ and just don't use the complicated parts of it. Yeah, okay, so yeah, like it would be saying if it annoys you not to have some feature of C++, then you can always use C++ and just use some subset of it. And yeah, namespaces could help if you get into the problem. I would say wait until you get into the problem of that a namespace would solve, because it's really easy to turn C into C++. You just change it from .c to .cpp, or you tell your build system to build it as C++, and hey, it works. Yeah, I would say yeah. Again, start with C. Move to C++ if you find a good reason to use it. So this is going to be config.json. Oh, you got it on day one? Well then, you're moving straight to C++, my friend. Okay, committed configuration. So now that I have that variable set up, I can simply say provisional configuration file dot copy, or is it rename? Move, I think I call it. Yeah, move. Here we go. Move to the new path, which is committed configuration file dot get path. And that's a false. Or ignore. Actually, does move change the internal path? It does. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I want to reuse that file, so we're going to make a new file, which has the same path. Actually, I'm just going to I'll copy all this stuff. Python's a good language too. Oh, hey there, Sethu12. I didn't notice you were watching. I should give a shout out to you as well. So, Sethu12, you should check out his channel if you're into graphics shaders. He's always making really cool things to watch in, is it OpenGL you mostly do, or Vulkan? I can't remember. But all really cool things to look at if you're into different shader effects. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to make a temporary file. So this is going to be configuration file. So it will start with the path of the provisional file, get path, right? And then we'll tell it to move to the committed file. There we go. So that should pass some of our tests. Actually, does move work if we should probably just delete the committed file at this point, right? There's this destroy, right? There's this scary moment between these two where if the server crashes, we no longer have a committed configuration. So maybe we want to do is make a backup. Does that make sense? Make a backup for that slim chance that it is corrupted or lost right when we commit it. So how we'll call it backup. This is where to store a backup copy of the last server configuration before it was changed in a commit. Okay, so we'll do that, because actually, you know what I should have done is made a test for this. Let me put that in my notebook. I want to I'm trying to wrap things up, so I'm not going to get into too much more. So remember to make unit tests to check the backup machinery. in Executor. Can you make atomic rename of the file? Well, it's the old file we need to get rid of first. So what I'm going to do is delete the old backup, rename the committed to the backup, and then rename the provisional to the committed. So it should be really quick and shouldn't cause corruption, but I'm just being extra safe. So we'll call this config.json.back, right? So we will delete the old one. Where am I? Here we are. So before destroying the old one, we're going to we'll call this new, and we'll have an old. And this is the committed. So, backup destroy. Old move to new. Oh no, not hold on, not move to committed. Backup. So delete the backup, move the old one to the backup, delete the committed, move the new one to the committed. Actually, I don't need to destroy, do I? Did I get this right? There's the old and the new, right? And then there's the backup. We destroy the backup. The old one moves to the backup position. The new one moves to the committed. And we don't care if it fails, do we? I guess we could handle it. If we cannot back up the old one, maybe we what should we do? I'll think about that later. Decide what to do if we fail to what? Back up a file in the executor. Because we might decide if we can't back it up that we're not going to that we won't do that, right? Actually, I can just program it in now. A safe thing to do would be only if that succeeds, then do that. If this fails, we'll be left with the backup and the provisional, and then a recovery would be just to rename the backup to the committed. Okay, let's try this out. Of course, we're gonna have extra files around, but that's okay. So we got past one of the test cases. We're failing on the other one because of the strict test requirement here. It's expecting the second one only to be committed because we told it to publish all but one of them. Because that's going to happen in the real thing. You might have 10 log messages and only 5 of them get committed, and then later the next 5 get committed. There's like a catch-up mechanic. So when we commit, we have to look at that integer, this index right here. So I think what I'll do, let's see if I get this right, is we'll only, hold on. There's going to be 2 cases. If it is the last one that we have provisionally stored, then we can just move it. But if it's not, then we need to replay the log to that point and then commit that. Is that what I'm requiring here? Again, let me make this another use case because that's more complicated. So we'll have executor handle partial commits, replay log, or maybe we don't even care. No, we do need to care. It's either replay log to commit point, or keep copies of every provisional state, right? I need to think about that. I think I'll just right now relax this requirement. So we'll just have two configurations. We'll post the second. We'll commit it with just the default behavior. Const auto. That's the second, right? We don't care about provisional anymore. You can remove that. Yes? Okay, cool. Cool. I'll handle that later. Cool, so let me sabotage it to make it fail. Just to make sure I didn't screw something up. So we'll just go back to doing nothing here. Verify it breaks. Yeah, it didn't commit it. Okay, so now it commits it. Cool. All right, I'm gonna move on because otherwise I'm gonna run out of time. Raft state. So that's like the configuration only. With the oh sorry. Oh, we should probably test that we don't do this. We shouldn't do this if the provisional file doesn't exist yet, right? Yeah, so we should make an example of that. So commit configuration when provisional exists, and then we'll have one when it does not exist. So we do that by just not posting an event. We'll do a commit, and we'll make sure it equals the original configuration. That will fail because we corrupt our configuration. It should only be done if this exists. So if is existing, then commit it. There we go. All right, so moving on. We'll do this with this sequence of tests, but with the raft state. Right, 251. So this is raft state update. Commit raft state. State. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so it's what it actually has to know about what? The current term and voted for. So raft tells us this, right? So it'll tell the coordinator. So the coordinator will have to manufacture a special event just for the journal so that we know to persist those entries, right? Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. We can't wait to commit them either. They have to be immediate. So they don't participate in the committing of entries. And they can't be rolled back either. Oh, this is complicated. They can't be in the journal at all. They're outside the journal. At least the voted for is outside the journal. Yeah, I can't put that in the journal. Which means I need to have a direct interface between the executor and the coordinator. Okay. Well, let me write this up. So we can't currently persist the raft state since from the executor, because the raft state actually exists outside the context of the journal. We'll need to associate the executor with the coordinator, or maybe with the raft. Actually, it probably makes sense for it to talk directly to raft. We'll need to associate the executor with the coordinator raft. I'll say raft for now. Directly associate. So that means we have to scrub today's plan regarding raft state file. Okay, I don't mind doing that. I want to do it. I want to try to do it right while making it work for this because it's sort of important to me. So I'll hold off from that. I need to update my diagram. So what I'll probably do is flip the positions of these to show executor here, and I'll have a line between this raft and executor, so that the executor also kind of. I kind of want it to be the only thing in the system concerned with persisting state. So raft needs persistent state. Executor will help it out. Or either that, or it will persist it on its own, and then executor doesn't need to handle it at all. Okay, that's another option. Because if executor is also only concerned about the journal, alternatively, just have raft save files directly. I'll think about that. Okay, I guess that means we're done for the day. Let me just make sure I checked stuff in. Check stuff in, talk about what I'm going to be doing next. Next will be Monday morning at 10 a.m. Pacific, I think. Oh, this is the first check-in of executor. Okay, cool. Well, at least we're checking in a working executor. Let me run all the tests. Coordinator, journal, WebGate, and executor was in there somewhere. Right? Reconciler, executor, okay. Yeah, I should have checked in earlier and more often. So going from the test point of view, we had to add subscription model. Actually, I guess I could check this in separately. So we'll add the subscription model to the journal first. So there's the subscription model, right? So far. And oh, hold on. I didn't finish with the commit thing. So maybe we'll leave that out for now. Unstage that line. So it's just new entry to begin with. All right. And then journal. Because I think the only thing the journal does right now is it publishes the new event entry. It doesn't handle the commit yet. So that kind of goes together. And the journal tested that, right? Okay, cool. That goes together as a commit. Server journal. Add event subscription model. Okay. Then the reconciler has to update to fix that. Actually, that's going to have to go in as an amended. Yeah, that will amend the last commit and add that in. That's just a requirement. It had to add that. Yes. And so we'll also say update reconciler to forward subscriptions requests. Okay. Cool. So then this should just be adding, oh no, we added, we're adding it but not yet using it. I guess I'll make that part of the executor check-in. So realm Server executor. Oh, I'll just say realm server. Establish executor. So this is a work in I'll say work in progress, establishing it. Establishing. Executor updates the configuration file. Well, stores provisional configuration files and updates the configuration file once the journal is committed. To do only update configuration file. Well, only store provisional config. Only commit provisional configuration file. Only commit provisional configuration that is actually committed, not all provisional configurations. That's one problem. Another thing to do is journal needs to actually implement commit parallax. Ooh, well, let's take a brief look. This is said whose work. Whoops. That's using parallax and not projection? It is using a projection. That's weird. Nice. Am I a C++ dev? You have your doubts. Okay, that's fine. I'm just looking at what set who is showing. I'm sorry you have doubts. How can I... Yeah, doubt means you're undecided between believing it's true or believing it's false, right? So how can I help you one way or the other? My hair isn't graying? Yeah, it is. You can't see my gray hair? My beard is graying. I'm sure the rest of my hair will catch up. But okay, executor. So what does it do now? Okay, I put that in, but really it's I actually don't want to put those in at all. I want to undo those commits. So a easiest way would be to go here and remove them. Remove the ones I was about to add them, and I figured out that they're bogus, so don't add them. There we go. We're just handling the configuration file. Okay, let's say may need to handle ref state. Although I'm leaning towards not. Maybe I won't even mention it as a to-do. That's probably enough to say right now. We'll just commit that. Commit that and move on. Wait, wrong window. I'm gonna check to make sure I didn't miss anything, and then we'll wrap things up. Really hope you guys enjoyed watching today. And I'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. What I did today is all in today's plan. So we were working more on the journal. It had a problem where it would not handle writing entries past its chunk size, so we fixed that. My server is extremely inefficient. It will be until I get to step 3, because the order is get it to work, get it right, and then make it fast. Extremely inefficient is how it's going to be for a while. Sort of by design. It's sort of just to get it functional first, and then we'll work on performance. So, I got the journal to handle multiple chunks. Then I really wanted to establish these two components. So Reconciler doesn't have anything to reconcile right now, so it's simply passing through to the journal. And then I set up the executor, and right now it persists the configuration file. That's all it does. So next time, probably what I'll do is I'll figure out where the ref state needs to be persisted. I thought originally the executor, but now I'm thinking more either ref will do it itself, or it will be needed to be provided by the coordinator. Or maybe something else. I'll figure that out. I'll be doing that, and then once we have that machinery in place, I want to try to resume the work I did earlier, which was where? Live server reconfiguration. So there's this whole procedure documented in Raft about how you can change the configuration of the cluster. There's a simple way and then a difficult way, and I opted for the difficult way because I didn't know about the simple way. Simple way would be you only add or remove one server at a time. The complicated way is, they call it forming a joint consensus or joint configuration as a two-step process. And I kind of want to see how that goes, because it didn't look that complicated. So I might get to that on Monday, assuming that I get the Raft state persisted. So that'll be roughly the plan for Monday. Quickly checking by. Welcome Kenkomatics back, and Pimperson. I'm actually wrapping things up because I'm almost at 40 minutes over time. So yeah, that's about it for today. And like I said, we'll be doing Raft state persistence on Monday, along with, if I get to it, resuming with live reconfiguration. All of this it's going to take another probably month or so before I get to the stage, the initial starting platform where you can play the game, which will basically just be log in and there's nothing there. But I want to get to the point where I have all the machinery in place to do deployment automated. Reconfiguration, update the code, handle crashes, have it live on the cloud, all that stuff. I want that to be up and running before I actually put any game into it. So, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm gonna go peek off screen to see who's streaming, and we can go host someone. I'll pass the buck on to someone interesting. How about something completely different? Okay, I'm just making sure he's still streaming. I'm gonna host Oh Bother. I like to watch him because he actually builds things. It looks like today he's building a brain panel. I'm interested to see what this is, but he does hardware and a little bit of software. So we're gonna go host Oh Bother. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Hold on a sec. I have a Discord if you want to get an announcement if I'm going to stream again soon. It'll be an announcement, so usually like 15 minutes to half an hour before. Schedule again is 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific, so I'll be streaming on Monday probably. And I'll hope to see you there. In the meantime, let's go visit Oh Bother. I'll go host him. So hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you Monday. Bye.